Good morning, everyone. I will call our June council meeting to order at 9 a.m. I'd like to welcome all council members on Zoom today and everyone who has joined us on the live stream via YouTube. We will begin by acknowledging that the CDHO office and staff operate out of Toronto, Ontario, within the Dish with One Spoon territory. The name Toronto originates from Takoronto, a Mohawk word meaning the place in the water where the trees are standing. Toronto is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now the home of many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Toronto is also covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. We wish to acknowledge this land on which CDHO operates and are thankful to be able to work and live in these territories. I'd like to welcome the CDHO staff that are joining us, as well as our legal counsel, Julie McCura. I'd like to congratulate one of our public members, Nella Chiapetta, for her reappointment to council for another 3 years. Congratulations to you, Nella. We look forward to continuing to work with you. I would also like to acknowledge that June is Pride Month. This is an opportunity to celebrate diversity, inclusion, and respect for all members of our communities and workplaces. So we'll move to agenda item 1.2, which is Council Code of Conduct. Just a reminder of GP8, council members shall conduct themselves in accordance with the bylaws. We've all read the bylaws, section 3.7, which relates to council member code of conduct. I will just remind council members that we are to act in the best interest of the college and the public of Ontario, and as such, we should ensure that we keep this in the forefront of our minds in all that we discuss and do today. Just a few quick reminders. Please keep your microphones muted when not speaking, just to minimize background noise, and remember to unmute yourself when you do want to speak. If you encounter any technical difficulties, just email Veronica for assistance. And again, just a reminder, the mandate of the college is public protection, and we will need to keep this in mind during all our discussions and decisions today. Moving to item 2.0 on the agenda, this is the approval of the agenda. Your agenda starts on page 2 of your meeting package. Does anyone have any comments or modifications to today's meeting? I would like to remove item 9.2 from the agenda. This item needs further consideration and preparation before we bring it to council. So I'm going to motion that council moves to approve the June 12th, 2026 council meeting agenda as amended. Sorry, I wasn't moving it. I was just, council will move to present or to approve the council meeting agenda as amended. Can I have someone move that, please? Margaret, seconder Aaron, all in favor? Carried. Item 3.0 are declarations of potential conflicts of interest. So any conflicts of interest to declare with any of today's agenda items? Not seeing any. Council will note that the conflicts of interest declarations have been included in your meeting package today, and they're on page 7. We recently requested an update from one council member, so we have included it again in today's agenda. Item 4.0 are the meeting minutes approval. So the meeting minutes from March 27th are on page 10 or start on page 10 of your meeting package. Any corrections?
I have a correction.
For
For the meeting minutes, it's just my last name. The spelling.
Oh, okay. We will correct that.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Crystal. It is tricky though, I will say.
I agree. I agree with you.
But it's important for it to be correct. So can then I have any other corrections from anyone? Okay. So council moves to approve the March 27th, 2026 meeting minutes as amended. Can I have a mover for that, please? Lori, and a seconder, Ahmet. All in favor? Okay, carried. So item 5.0 is information requested by council. So all of the statutory committee reports, 5.11 to 5.17 in your package start on page 20. These reports are provided to us for information only. However, if council has noted any trends or risk considerations, or if anyone has any comments or questions about the reports, we're happy to take any of those questions. Vanessa.
Thanks, Michelle. Good morning, everyone. I just have an update for the Discipline Committee. There has been a hearing scheduled since the statutory committee report was prepared. So that's CDHO v. Sahar Sultani, and that has been scheduled for July 16th, and more details are available on the CDHO website.
Great. Thanks, Vanessa. Any other questions about the statutory reports? For my briefing report on page 35, I'd like to update that with the following meetings. I met with Veronica Douglas on June 1st and 5th. I met with Vanessa Pereira on June 10th, and I met with Glenn Pettifer on June 11th. Moving to item 5.2.2, which is the registrar's administrative report.
Michelle.
Sorry, Michelle. I see Anne Marie has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have everyone on one screen. I'm sorry, Anne Marie.
Okay, we'll work with you.
No problem. You can update my name as chair for registration committee. I'm not sure if that's a committee update or a agenda update.
In the report.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the registrar's administrative reports. So Glenn, I'd like to invite you to now speak to your report, which can be found starting on page 39.
Yes, thank you, Michelle, and good morning to everyone in the meeting and individuals joining us on the YouTube channel. As Michelle noted, my fairly extensive report is found in the agenda, so I won't trouble you with going through all of the items in that report, but would just like to highlight that we continue to show a very strong year-over-year growth in our registrant numbers. We're currently at 16,783 registrants, and we're projecting that we'll get over the 17,000 mark this year. You'll be speaking or hear from the auditors about the 2025 audit, and along those lines, the college continues to be in a very strong financial position, and the continuing no increase in registration fees is supported by the annual increase in registrant numbers that I've just referred to. The QA program refinements continue. We're working in the background. The Smile portal is being revised and upgraded to provide a more user-friendly experience for registrants. And we're continuing with the integration of peer circles into path 4 of the quality assurance assessment process. The peer circle and its associated requirements are an option for individuals who either volunteer or are selected for QA assessment. And I do want to highlight at this point in time that we continue to see a significant number of registrants who actually volunteer for the QA assessment process. And I think that that is, in the realm of health profession regulation, it's unusual to see a lot of people volunteering for QA assessment. So this is a credit to the people working in that area, the assessors, the facilitators and whatnot that create that kind of environment that individuals will voluntarily want to engage in. We continue to offer the voluntary peer circles to provide for RDHs to engage with their colleagues. And we're in the process of developing a specific peer circle process for RDHs who are early in their career. And it's designed to support professional engagement and foster professional identity for individuals that are new in their career. And so we're really looking forward to providing that entry to practice resource for individuals joining us. Over the last year, we've modified the cases and the discussion frameworks for the peer circles in Path Forward to include attention to discussions around risk identification and risk mitigation. So in keeping with our focus on risk assessment and risk mitigation as well. Another QA initiative that we've referred to in past meetings is the development of the standard of practice for cultural safety and humility and anti-racism. And we're really looking forward to the next step in this, where we are now currently establishing the group of community representatives who will guide the development of this standard. And this will take us into 2027. So we're looking forward to the work of that group that's going to inform the framework of that standard. And then finally, in response to the minister's announcement of the government's intention to enhance the scope of practice for a number of health professions, we are currently mapping out all of the elements that bringing the ability to prescribe a radiograph or serve as a radiation protection officer and administer local anesthetic by injection will require. So this, I'll address this with Paula further on the agenda item, I think 7.7, and we'll give you a little bit more detailed update on that particular aspect of our work. And then beyond that, like I said, all of the updates are contained in my report, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thanks, Glenn. Any questions for Glenn, Vanessa?
Glenn, I really like that you mentioned tailoring the peer circles to include or to address or to support dental hygienists who are in their early stages. I think that there's like a big opportunity there to tailor it to other groups as well, like orthohygienists or educators, etc. So I look forward to seeing the changes that are coming from there. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. Any other questions for Glenn with his report? Glenn, I just have a quick question, and it's not really related to what you said. On page 7 of your report, it's page 45 of the PDF, but it's under the practice advisory service. So you've got the calls, the emails, and the total inquiries for March, April, and May. But under the topics, it lists 4, 5, 6, 7 is 1, 2, 3. I just didn't know what that numbering
Hold on,
meant.
I'm just pulling that up.
Okay. Or is it supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4? I don't. It's not a big deal. Just.
There is a 1, 2, 3 on page 1, so I think it may be
Oh, okay.
the document decided to continue that numbering would be my hypothesis, but Glenn can confirm.
No, thanks, Christina. That's exactly what happens. Like we're not always in control of all of this, and this is, technology taking over and saying, "Hey, this looks like it should be 4, 5, 6, 7."
Okay.
When in fact it should be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I was just
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 somewhere else. Okay.
Yeah, first page has 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Thanks, Glenn. Yes, that was a great update. Things have been very busy at the CDHO, and all positive things for the college, for the profession, and ultimately the public of Ontario. So thank you for all of your good work.
Thank you. And I did want to include that appended to my report is the annual report that we're required to submit to the ministry annually. And I wanted to thank everyone involved in not only the production of this report, because it really is, it looks great and it contains an incredible amount of information, but I wanted to thank everyone here and all of the individuals who may not be attending today for all of their efforts in helping us to be able to provide such a comprehensive report about all of the work that we do at the college. So kudos to everyone and congratulations to everyone.
Great, thanks. Okay, we're moving to item 6.0, which is council education. So I'd like to welcome our legal counsel, Julie Macura from Steneca, Macura and LeBlanc to present to council. Julie's a senior partner at SML. She's a member of the Law Societies of Ontario and New Brunswick and has practiced professional regulator work for over 30 years. Her general counsel work includes drafting regulations, bylaws, standards, and policies. She has also performed comprehensive legal audits of various statutory programs and processes for regulators and has experience with strategic planning. Julie has appeared in all levels of court in Ontario, representing the interests of regulators on appeals and judicial review applications. Thanks, Julie.
Thank you so much, Michelle. So I know I only have a half hour, so I'm going to get right to it. Let me see if I can do my sharing as I normally do. And let me know if you can see now all the slides, like just you're seeing the right view. Perfect. Thank you. So I'm going to talk to you about decision making this morning. And we have a couple of little breakout sessions, so you'll have time to talk amongst yourselves and try to sort through some scenarios. But essentially, council makes decisions, right? So that's easy enough to say. But of course, it's important to figure out what kinds of decisions council makes and what kinds of decisions council should make and should not make. And governance principles that we've discussed, many times before, and that were the subject of review by Harry Caton and Deanna Williams, are important because following good governance principles allows you to have consistency and agreement about the process that you should make when you're making decisions, or that you should use. Also important to agree on is the criteria that council should use when it's making decisions. It's if different parts of the college are using different criteria or different benchmarks or measures of success, then confusion is going to result because what one person or group at the college views as success, another is not going to. So as we always need to when we're talking about council's work, we have to go back to the objects or mandate of the college and by extension, the council. And that mandate is given in the Regulated Health Professions Procedure Act, RHPA, which creates the college. And to govern the profession in the public interest is essentially the college's mandate, sort of distilled down to its essence. So council oversees the effectiveness of the college. For example, are complaints being disposed of within a reasonable time? Are registration decisions, made fairly and quickly? Does registration renewal happen smoothly? Is the sexual abuse therapy funding process working as mandated by the RHPA? So oversight includes developing and implementing a strategic plan, approving budgets, getting reports from the registrar, the CEO, reports from committees, like you've just done, doing risk management work, taking action when it's required. But in addition to overseeing, so not administering, but overseeing the effectiveness of the college, council's role also is to make policies. But keep in mind, when I'm using that term this morning, I'm using it in the way that the courts do when they're talking about regulators' work. And so when the courts are talking about policies that regulators make and issue, they're talking about guidance to the profession. So making guidelines, standards, bylaws, regulations that apply to registrants. So when I'm using the term policy today, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not referring to operational policies, and I'm also not really talking about policies that a statutory committee, for example, would have, like a risk framework that ICRC might use when it's considering a complaint, or a policy about professional suitability that the registration committee might look at when it's determining whether an applicant meets the good character requirement. I'm talking about things like your dental hygiene standards of practice, the standard on delegation, guidelines that the college has on artificial intelligence in dental hygiene practice, on consent, on advertising, the code of ethics, etc. So those documents that tell registrants what the college's expectations are with respect to their practice and their conduct as dental hygienists. So this slide here is talking about the first role that I talked about when you're overseeing the effectiveness of the college's work. So when you are making decisions in that role, ideally you're aimed at the outcome level. For example, have you achieved your the goals in your strategic plan? Is the membership compliant with the QA program? Is any litigation involving the college being addressed effectively? Are communications with the Ministry of Health productive? Is the college meeting those Ministry of Health expectations with respect to labor mobility, for example? So when you're overseeing the effectiveness of the college, things like dashboards and other reporting tools that allow you to access the information and see the outcomes, those are ideal. Sometimes the decisions you make when you're overseeing the effectiveness of a college will be at the process level. So for example, the college performance measurement framework that the Ministry of Health requires each college to fill out and provide each year, that will actually do a review of processes that are followed for complaints and QA, for example. And sometimes the decisions that you make about overseeing effectiveness will be in response to an urgent issue. And this happens relatively rarely, thank goodness. So most of the times your decisions that you make are quite routine and might even seem to be kind of, boring, but that's a good thing. Boring can be good. It can mean that the college and its staff and the committees are doing what they're supposed to be doing. If you're not lurching from crisis to crisis, that's a good thing. So while one of your primary duties is to oversee the work of the college, it's always important to not interfere in operations, which of course can be a tricky balance. And as Caton and Williams wrote in their review of CDHO's governance practices, boards do not interfere in operational matters, but oversee strategy and the implementation of their objectives. Boards ensure that the organization's resources are used to deliver its goals rather than allowing its goals to be determined by the available resources. So if you keep that in mind, you focus on the outcomes rather than the method that the registrar and staff have put in place to achieve the outcome. That's going to help you stay out of operations and you be able to focus on the big picture and the progress of the college's work. So let's work through a scenario about decision-making, and you can move into two groups. Veronica's going to split you up into two groups, and then we'll meet back to discuss. And I think we'll probably just take 8 minutes, max 8 minutes to talk about this. So Veronica can start setting up the clock. I'm going to read the scenario for you, and then there'll be some questions on the next slide. And then also for the purpose of this question, assume that independent legal counsel was not involved in the decision-writing process and didn't catch the problem. So you have to have a suspension of disbelief. Somebody didn't catch the problem, okay? So let's assume that the divisional court released a decision, so the court, rendered a decision, and it required members of a particular discipline panel to be questioned, or as lawyers call it, examined by defense counsel about their decision-making process in a particular case. And so normally there's something called deliberative privilege that does not allow the parties to question the members of a discipline panel. But the court said it was going to set aside that privilege in this case because one panel member seemed to have drafted the reasons for decision using artificial intelligence. So defense counsel used some software to check this AI, and it suggested that 90% of the reasons, including some hallucinations, so things that didn't even exist, were generated through ChatGPT. And so the registrar at the college and the CEO, they've got a policy for staff use about AI, but council does not have a policy for board and committee use. So this is what is going to happen. These 3 panel members or 5 panel members, however big the panel was, are going to be cross-examined and examined by defense counsel about the decision that they made because of this issue. So the questions that I want you to think about and to talk through in your groups are, first, how should counsel respond? So what are the appropriate steps for counsel that are within counsel's purview? The second one would be, what should counsel leave for the registrar, CEO to handle? And it might even be that some of you find it easier to answer question 2 first before you go to question 1. It's all about, what your mind goes to first. Is it like operations or policy? And then number 3, how could this have been prevented? But that's, I would say, if you run out of time, leave number 3 to the end. It's the first two that I think are the most important. So those are the questions, and it's about this AI scenario where the court is not happy with the fact that the decision was drafted by AI and there had not been a policy on it. So again, what should council do and what should council leave to the registrar? And so Veronica is going to break you up into two groups, and we'll come back in, what did I say, 8 minutes? 8 minutes. And one of you, please have for each group, please have a spokesperson who's going to tell us what your thoughts were. Okay, are we all back? So maybe it'd be easier. You know what? I'll share the slides again because it's got the questions on it. And then Vanessa, I can see you. Is that you can see the one slide? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. So maybe could spokesperson from group, I don't know, whichever one, Vanessa, whatever group you were in, could somebody please give us your thoughts about how should council respond?
I can take this, Vanessa, if you want. Yeah, okay. So the first thing we said, and it answers question 1 and 2 at the same time, is to direct it to the registrar to come up with a policy around the use of AI. And then we also said consult with legal counsel to see what our responsibilities are around this. And then also, we thought the chair of the discipline panel should guide the discussion and parameters around the use of AI to try to prevent something like this from happening. That's as
Okay.
far as we got.
Yeah, no, that's very good. Thank you so much. So how about the next group? Anything in addition or different from what Jennifer just talked about?
I can take it for our group. I think just to build on what the other group was saying, I think there needs to be a human in the loop to make sure that, there's a review of the document at the end. And also for the council, there needs to be some governance or some policy on the use of AI with the sensitive, content and data that we have access to and whether that should be used or not. And then I think for the staff, is there sufficient governance or structure for the use of AI, right? There's different roles within the council and the staff that we work in different committees. So is there an overarching maybe policy or guidance for the entire CDHO?
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So just building on what Jennifer said in particular, like so she said, direct the registrar to come up with a policy. So that would be the first step, of course, but this is a policy that is going to relate to council and committees. So that would have to ultimately be approved by council. That would be one that would come back. The registrar and staff might do the sort of the legwork, if you will, but it's going to apply to council and the committees. So it's going to come back for approval. And other ideas might be, and certainly legal counsel, I like that idea. You're going to have to sort of sort that out because there is a proceeding happening of some kind that this, the registrant challenged the decision. So what council would want to do is make sure that the registrar has enough resources for that. Lawyers are expensive. Legal counsel to assist with that matter. So you'd want to make sure that so council's not going to retain the lawyer, but you want to make sure the registrar has enough resources from that. Council also wants to make sure one thing that it doesn't do is talk to the particular panel members in this case, because you'd be you don't want to make the process worse by biasing or tainting them. You don't want to have those kinds of discussions. Might be that there's an education session on the topic for council and committee members, in addition to an actual policy. You want to think about a communications plan, because if it's in the courts, it might be in the news. So you want to think about a communications plan. How are you going to address this for system partners? Make a policy certainly going forward to make sure that this, and you probably want to have an outside expert help with this, given the nature of the issue. So you wouldn't want to just do it internally, but you could have expert assistance in creating this policy. You might even want to get advice about whether the particular panel member who used the AI should be revoked. So don't want to get into blaming the person, but you might have that's probably something that council should put its mind to. What do we do about the actual use that created this problem that a reasonable person probably should have known, even if there's no policy, that this is not a good idea. So that's something that not saying you should do it, but get advice about it. So then in terms of the registrar, of course, the registrar would oversee the legal proceeding itself. The registrar would implement the communications plan after, you approving the communications plan. Also want to notify the college's insurer. That's always, job number one. You want to make sure the registrar does that. And then in terms of how it could have been prevented, identifying this kind of thing on the risk register which then would have created a policy, like led to the creation of a policy, having a policy and educating a board and committee members about the risks of this sorts of things. So I think you got all the high points, and I just wanted to sort of fill in a couple of more little ideas, but I think you also are all on the right page in terms of what council should do versus what the registrar should do. Christina.
Yeah, thanks. I'm curious to know, because the likelihood of at CDHO, the likelihood of this decision, that writing part, not the actual decision, because that happens in a meeting, but that writing part's likely to have been completed by a council member or by staff. So it's not like, you said, oh, you wouldn't want to talk to these people. That person quite likely is going to be a decision maker around the CDHO table or council table. So would that person have to remove themselves from the scenario? Like, how do you navigate that when council comprises usually the chair and the majority of members on these committees?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know about the majority of members, like every committee is a little bit different, but you're right. So it could have been a non-council committee member. That would have made things a lot easier. You don't have to hive that person off from the discussions. Like if the panel member who wrote the decision was not on council, it makes it a lot easier. But I think you're right. If the person was on council, they're probably going to have to declare a conflict for all of these sorts of discussions. And I'm certain that council would not want that person there. Although if they decided not to revoke that person's position, certainly you'd want the person there for any education session so that they don't repeat the behavior. But I think you've pointed out a good issue, that the fact that committee members are also on council, you have to be alive to that issue when you're actually working through the decisions. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's move to sort of thinking about practical realities of the decision making that you make. When we look at how often council meets, it's about 6 hours of meeting time per meeting. If we're being generous, there's coffee breaks, there's lunch breaks. Half of a meeting day is perhaps spent on making policies on things that impact registrants. That's probably being generous. Which, if we're generous, that means 15 hours of making policy a year. Major policies like regulations, those have to be discussed at least 2 or 3 times, right? So you have to approve it, get sent out for circulation to the membership, then it comes back. So that's taking up 2 or 3 times. Routine policies, at least once, sometimes twice. So because of that, you have to use your time wisely when you're working through guidance and standards and regulations and bylaws and things that impact the profession. And all of your time wisely, essentially. So you want to prioritize important policies, discuss them thoroughly, but efficiently. And so likely actual policy time is less than what I've anticipated because of administrative issues, election and officer appointments, educational activities like me, recognitions, awards, and then unforeseen issues that the Ministry of Health sort of lobs onto your plate. So it's important to use council time to make decisions and not get into the habit of deferring decisions. One of the mottos I like is don't let perfect be the enemy of good, right? So prioritize progress over flawless results. And then just to move to another Caton and Williams quote, this is from their report of your governance work. Contemporary non-executive boards are small. They are skill-based, not representative. They use performance data and outcome measurement to monitor the delivery of their objectives. They limit committees and working groups in favor of background papers, well-researched by competent staff, and they call in external expertise as required. They make decisions rather than refer matters back to committees. And I think when you read this, the word should be inserted into all of those, each of those phrases. They should use performance data. They should limit committees. So I think this is what Caton Williams is saying. They also went on to say not-for-profit bodies, and this is like a slightly negative comment, but it was similar to what they said about the social work college. Not-for-profit bodies seem obsessed with committees and working groups and task forces. The meetings of administration of these committees generate and consume considerable resources, postpone decisions, and rarely add value to performance commensurate to the voluntary staff and financial resources expanded on them. So that's, again, you got guidance from Williams and Caton, and their guidance is You are the folks that should make those decisions. You don't need to defer them. You rely on the internal expertise that you have. You get external expertise when you need it. And then just to sort of continue with the process part of decision making, of course, it's not a free for all, but it's also not purely consensus. It's not always unanimous agreement. It's essentially voting in a relatively organized way on most of your decisions. So while Robert's Rules of Order might be referenced by council occasionally, it's important to remember that these formal rules of order were not designed for statutory public interest bodies like RHPA colleges. The complete official version of Robert's Rules of Orders is 816 pages long in its current 12th edition, and it was first published in 1876. So as Keaton has said multiple times, it is no longer fit for purpose. Like, it just does not fit the work that colleges do. Similarly, Bourneau's Rules of Order, another option that some colleges use, was first published in 1894, and it was originally published as a practical guide for the general public under the title A Canadian Manual on the Procedure at Meetings of Municipal Councils, Shareholders, and Directors of Companies, Synods, Conventions, Societies, and Public Bodies generally. So as you can see, these are just really antiquated. This one's 110 pages, long documents, and rules of procedure that really are unnecessary for the decision-making role that a public interest body makes. And you, at the very beginning of your agenda each year, each meeting, have your 2-page rules of order for council. And that's really all that you need. That sort of lets you work efficiently through the meeting. You've got these abbreviated rules. That's really all that you need to do to run the meeting efficiently. So essentially, what this information tells you about those rules of order: don't let the tail wag the dog. Their rules of order are there to facilitate collegial and effective discussion and to make sure that clear and unambiguous decisions are made. And so hopefully you just follow the basics of democratic decision-making without much thought. And again, while Keaton says the ideal approach is for decisions to be made by consensus, that's not always possible. But even where it's not possible and you need to vote, you shouldn't get bogged down with the formalities of amendments and sub-amendments. If everyone agrees, for example, that the wording of a motion should be tweaked slightly before it's voted on, then you just do that by consensus without a formal mover and a seconder and then a debate that takes up really, as you can see, precious time. We looked at you probably have 15 hours of policy-making time a year. Back to Keaton and Williams, I'm going to refer to them because you retained them, you hired them, and you want to make good use of the work that they did. So contemporary thinking about effective governance is focused on outcomes rather than structures and procedures. It looks for informed decision-making and delivery of results. It doesn't care for Robert's Rules of Order, first published in 1876, since an effective board is not a parliament. The true key to successful governance is not rules and procedures, but personal values and behavior. Although, of course, rules are necessary to govern those whose behavior does not reflect proper values. The values of courtesy, honesty, openness, objectivity, and respect for others should be the common culture of boards and committee meetings. And you heard Harry Keaton when he was presented to you last year, maybe the year before, time flies, was that behaviors are just as important as competencies, and all of that kind of collegiality, openness, courtesy, and honesty, that's important for for good governance principles and for a well-run board. And finally, your very last rule of procedure, number 16, in your 2-page also says that even the above rules, so your 2-page rules, can be relaxed by the presiding officer if it appears that greater informality is beneficial in the particular circumstances. So Michelle, essentially, she gets to decide whether everything should be just very informal, unless council requires strict adherence. And council here would be referenced to the majority of council, not 1 or 2 council members. So even your 2-page rules can be relaxed. So let's move to our next scenario. And this one should be shorter and even easier. So we'll give you, let's say, 3 minutes to work through it. And this is an actual issue that you're going to have to be dealing with in the coming months. So that's the Ministry of Health asks the college to prepare by October 2026 necessary changes to allow registrants to prescribe and administer local anesthetic. Staff, working with a committee of council, have done extensive research and consultation on the issue. A proposal is brought to council with several recommendations, and I'm just making these up, so don't get bogged down in what I've made up. Let's say the recommendations were to rely primarily on standards versus using regulations, requiring registrants to certify, by certify, I mean go through a formal process establishing qualifications rather than relying on professional judgment, and setting out detailed guidelines versus just articulating general principles. And sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my throat. Glenn asked if I'd just been smoking before I got on here, but I'm not, and I don't have a cold either. So it's proposed that the recommendations be accepted in principle for circulation to enable final approval in September. So again, 3 different types of sort of processes that the recommendations included, but it's you don't need to focus on those to answer the question. So these are the questions I'm going to ask you to think about. And you're thinking, there's 5, Julie, and you're going to finish 3 minutes. They're really easy. Which of the following would warrant a deferral of the motion? Essentially say, we can't decide it. We're going to move it forward to the next council meeting, which would then require a special meeting of council in order to meet the ministry's deadline. The first one is 3 grammatical typos in the wording of the motion. The second is the meeting package is missing a letter from the minister, which and that letter is made available at the meeting. The third, 2 council members were unable to read the 35-page material in advance of the meeting. They didn't have time. 3 council members would like to see how other colleges approach these issues, and that information is not included in the material. And the last one is there's a significant disagreement amongst council members on the approach to the 3 substantive issues. And so you can also, we'll talk as well about generally when a deferral is warranted, but which of those, so break out into groups, let's say you would give you 4 minutes and go through them and say which ones would warrant a deferral of the motion and then require a special meeting. Okay, Veronica's going to move you out. Okay, and I know that was relatively abbreviated, but I think it was generally pretty easy. Let me put the questions back up. And maybe this time we will start with group number, whoever did not have Vanessa with them. Whatever. Is it the Vanessa or no Vanessa? Whichever group did not have Vanessa with them, maybe could go first if you want to. Which of those scenarios do you think would warrant a deferral of the motion? If any, maybe you don't think, and maybe you think they all do. Anyone? Who's the?
Erin, do you want to be our speaker?
Oh, sure. I don't have Amit's helpful notes, but I think just sort of briefly, and then Amit, if you want to jump in and add some of the other things that I might have missed. I think there was largely consensus that 1, 2, 3, and 4 did not warrant a deferral of the motion. And then I think there was some discussion about in terms of number 5, if there was significant disagreement amongst council members on the approach to the 3 substantive issues, potentially I think kind of the inclination is to think, okay, 5, well, if there's significant disagreement, we should defer it. And so then I guess that kind of begs the question, well, then what's going to happen between now and the deferral of the motion to like, and I think then there was some thought, well, deferring it allows for more time for deliberation. So even that is sort of, I think we were thinking 5 warranted it, but again, it kind of begs the question, well, what's going to be different if we just defer it 2 months versus now?
Yeah, that's a very excellent point. It's sort of like deferring it for what purpose? What's going to happen in the meantime? And also, I think the other issue is how many council members, significant. Is it 2, 3, 4, or is it half? Is it like half of it want to say that yes and half of it say no? But there has to be another option. You're right. Something has to happen in the meantime. Otherwise, you're just going to come back and have the same debate at a special meeting that costs money. So that's another very good thing to think about when whether something warrants a deferral. Well, what's going to change in the meantime? How is our decision going to be different? So any different thoughts from group 1, Vanessa group, the pro Vanessa group, the Vanessa inclusive group? Any different thoughts? No.
I'm happy to speak.
Okay.
One person thought all of them, all 5.
All 5 warranted a deferral?
One person.
Oh,
and then,
okay.
We had a very short period of time.
Yeah.
But others thought 4 and 5 were possibilities for a yes response. And then there was some discussion around whether if 3 members, number 3 was maybe not appropriate, but 4 would be more likely a yes. So we didn't really get a substantial consensus around decision here. So it was really just a discussion. We didn't kind of get to wrap it up.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, that maybe speaks to the need for some more discussion about this kind of issue at future meetings, some more education about what type of substantive reason, what kind of reason is sufficient to warrant a deferral of a decision, given that we now know you've got like 15 hours of policy making time a year. I mean, generally though, if I can just articulate it, although of course it's always going to depend on the particular decision, a deferral should be avoided unless there's a substantive reason for doing so that goes to the public interest merits of the motion. And that of course can be avoided often by having staff and committees do a thorough job of researching and analyzing the issues and making reasonable recommendations. But of course, sometimes reasonable people can disagree. But I think this is something that maybe we should revisit in future and have, more scenarios and get folks to, hopefully you'll have sort of more agreement about what kinds of things should be deferred and shouldn't in future.
And I think that's where we came to the
Yeah.
significant disagreement seemed to be the piece that we attached to.
Yeah. And I mean, I could have made the question easier, right? By significant disagreement where half wanted it and half didn't. But Okay, Christina.
Thank you. I guess I'm just sort of, and this could be parked for a future discussion, but I think I'm used to being on very deliberative boards where, staff might come with 4 or 5 options, or maybe 2 options, and we discuss the merits of those and then agree as a group, have a decision. I struggle with binary decisions where you get presented with the policy and then it's like yes or no. So I'm curious sort of how boards work through an environment where you're only presented with one option. Because to me, if that one option has holes and I don't know what the other option is, so I can't tell if it's better or worse than what the alternative is. And I think that's what I'd be curious on working through as a group, which is like how in an environment when you're presented with one option, do you make that decision, or do you know that that decision's right or wrong when you have people who bring up good points?
Yeah. So I think the overriding factor would be, is this decision in the public interest? So again, it's like, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. There might be other options, but is this option in the public interest? It doesn't mean that in a year, council might not make a different decision and like once the information and about the particular guideline or policy or standard, once you can see how that is actually being played out in the system, like has it reduced the number of complaints? Has it increased the number of complaints? Like what has been the impact of that decision? But that is, and I think that's really articulating very well how some members who have been on different types of boards really struggle with a statutory public interest body where operations are separate from the risk management strategy, because it can be confusing when you're in more of a working board or a deliberative board. And it is a completely different animal, but this is how the system is set up, whether we like it or not. This is how the RHPA and most other statutory entities in Ontario and other provinces work. And the work is going to get bogged down if like staff come with multiple recommendations, because you could always tweak them one way or the other, right? But ultimately, at the end of the day, the decision is either, is it in the public interest or is it not? And if you don't think it is, then you would vote no.
So is it then, so it is common, like, and I'm used to, we can make amendments on the fly, that sort of approach, or maybe we take a break and staff go offline and make amendments to adjust things. So I think that's where, if this is the process and it's, like I said, we get presented with a binary decision, it's yes, no, I think that's even harder as sort of a director or officer to make that decision to say like, yes, this is in the public's interest, because I don't have the education or know-how to know what, like, if the alternative would be better or worse, or if there is no other alternative. Like that's where it'd be interesting. Sorry, I see Glenn's got his hand up, so I'll turn it over to him.
Right. Well, so I think the alternative, though, would be not making the standard or not issuing the regulation or making the bylaw. That would be the other alternative. It's either this or not that. And so it's just like when you like amendments are there, okay, you can do them on the fly, but that by the very nature of it, that means you're starting to wordsmith and you're getting into like operations. So
and I would never I would not make the amendments. It's more of the that idea of you send staff back to make the amendment and come with incorporating the changes that were discussed or acknowledging or whatever that tweak is. I'm not suggesting council makes those tweaks. It's more of if a very good point gets brought up in the meeting. I find it kind of bizarre to then turn back and say, no, we acknowledge that that's a good point, but we're still going to go forward with the original plan and wording.
No, but I've seen often with the policy documents here where council would, and I think this is more effective than saying, let's defer it to the next meeting and have you do this work in the meantime, is essentially rely on the expertise to say, we would like you to address this issue, please, like address this issue in the standard. And if you do that, we're approving it. Glenn, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, thank you. Very valuable discussion and questions. Just from the staff point of view, certainly as we're drafting this work, and I think it's important to keep in mind that staff does this work often in tandem with committee work. So it's not like materials are presented to council that have not been seen by any member of council at all. It's usually arising out of committee responsibility. So for instance, from the governance committee. Certainly though, when we are drafting things for committee or council, we pay attention to two things broadly. One is the mandate of the college, and two is our sort of risk mitigation focus, risk identification and risk mitigation focus. And I think that, as Christina has pointed out, there's an opportunity to see things in different ways. If we're looking for significant amendments, then I think they probably need to, as Julie has also pointed out, they need to speak to something that's missing about the mandate, or that there's an identified risk that's missing, like there's a risk mitigation piece that's missing. If it's just a preference, it makes it more difficult for us to actually move forward. As Julie's pointed out in her accounting of the number of hours, we have a lot of work to do. And if it's just about, oh, I have this, I like this idea better, but there's no evidence to support that, it really bogs us down in terms of being able to move things forward. So yes, all opinions are welcome, but I think that in the end, when we're looking for modifications, that we need to think about whether or not it actually affects the risk management piece, or whether it affects the college's ability to exercise its mandate.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. So let's move on. I know I'm already encroaching on the auditor's time. We've just got one more scenario we'll do as a big group. And just to sort of talking about identifying, prioritizing policy issues. So as we know, realistically, only a council can only deal with a handful of significant policy issues each year. So why don't we try to just hands up, list as many internal and external sources the college should explore to identify new policy topics that may need action. So for example, the practice advisory team is likely an excellent source for identifying emerging issues in the profession. And we'll leave question 2 for afterwards, and maybe I'll even leave that one. But for now, just what do you think are some internal and external sources that the college should explore when it's thinking about whether new policy, again, policy standards, guidelines, regulations, guidance for the profession that may need action by council? Vanessa.
Complaints data.
Complaints data, yep. Anybody else? You can just unmute and yell. You don't have to put your hand up if you don't want to.
Like trends and regulation. So what other regulars are doing.
Yeah. Which, and often those are found in the law firm's writings, like gray area. So there's a plug for SML. So complaints, trends that are identified out there. Anything else?
Trends at the QA committee as well, in terms of deficiencies or issues that are coming up there.
Yep, quality assurance, absolutely.
Changes to the health ecosystem within Ontario.
Yeah, so like not just that profession, but the larger, the other people that are interacting with dental hygienists, yeah. Anything else?
Well, we do a lot, and council will be familiar with, we do a lot of focus group interviews, voice of the patient survey. Today we're going to be considering results from the register and engagement survey, also the citizens advisory group. So actually going out into the ecosystem and trying to connect as closely as possible with, the public for whom we are regulating the profession.
Yeah. Exactly. Even things like, educational programs, they might identify issues that need to be addressed by council. Council members might come up, with ideas, committee members, the ministry, obviously, the ministry can tell you sometimes what it wants you to do. But yes, we know that you survey the profession often and survey the patients, etc. Glenn, I see that you've unmuted again.
And I also think that this points to the need for us to have very strong collaborative relationships with other regulatory bodies as well, so that we can, develop or co-work on some of these elements, and our work is only better when it's informed by information coming from other oral health professionals.
Yeah.
And regulatory bodies.
Yeah, and even non-oral health bodies,
Sure.
you can learn from other regulators,
Yeah.
HPRO. And for something like our first scenario with the AI, if you had looked and noticed that another college had a policy for board and staff, that you might have then, we need one of those, and it might have helped prevent that issue in the first place. So in terms of the process and criteria for choosing priority policy issues that are worthy of development and worthy of council time. Any thoughts on the process that would be followed? Or that should be followed?
Anything related to risk, public safety?
Yep. And the process, though, probably start by screening by staff. Like, staff is likely going to be, once those issues have been identified as potentially worthy, there's probably going to be screening by staff, and then either another committee. As Glenn mentioned, this work isn't done just by staff. So either executive committee or another signed committee, likely a research being done, a briefing note prepared for council, an initial council discussion, then of course consultation with the profession and the public. That you generally do that even if it's not a regulation or a bylaw. You often do those for standards and guidelines. It will come back for council approval, and that's where we've used up 2 council meetings for one particular issue, and then implementation and periodic review once you see how it's actually playing out among the registrant base. So just in the interest of time, I gave you the answer to number 2. So just to finish up then, so there's another quote from Caton and Williams. The governing councils of regulators need to be really very clear to themselves and to others that their purpose is to promote good standards of professional practice, to protect service users from harm, and to act in the public interest. Board members should discuss and agree on their purpose and role. There must be a common understanding of who the publics and the diversity of their interests are if they are to be protected. And so also, I think another quote from the Social Workers College review that they did was also very helpful, that the college should place the risk of harm to clients and the public as the most important priority in its risk management framework. The college should identify the most frequent and the most severe risks of harm from poor professional practice and agree on specific actions to mitigate them, and should measure the result. That's the crux of any statutory regulator's mandate. And so with that, I am going to stop sharing, and thank you for paying attention and participating. And I think that was a really good discussion about decision making, and it might be that it's helpful to continue that discussion, those discussions in future. So thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Julie. That was great. Lots of good things for us to consider and think about. So thanks so much. So we will now move on to our governance process items with item number 7.1. And there they are. They are here. So I'd like to welcome Blair McKenzie and Usman Paracha from Hillborn LLP. And I would like to extend our sincere apologies so much for making you wait. We had lots of good discussion happening before you came in. So we are sorry for being a little bit behind schedule. Blair and Usman are here to provide the financial statements for 2025. These statements start on page 67 of your meeting package. Blair McKenzie is the firm's managing partner, specializing in financial and professional services, not-for-profits, and more. Usman Paracha is an associate partner at Hillborn LLP. We welcome you both, Blair and Usman, and we look forward to the presentation of our 2025 CDHO financial statements to council.
Great. Thank you very much, Michelle, for that very kind introduction. So perhaps before we present the financial statements, we thought we would just provide council with an overview of the audit process itself and the purpose thereof. So let's begin with the purpose of the audit itself. It's for we as your external, independent, and I emphasize independent auditors, to provide you with an opinion on the fairness of the financial statements that are being presented to you today. That fairness is referenced to the accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations as are promoted by CPA Canada. As CPA Canada is to accountants and auditors, So too is your College to Dental Hygienists. That being said, there are three parties that really come together in a collaborative effort to bring forward the financial statements to you today. The first is your management team led by Glenn and Suzanne, and I'm very proud to report that this year we as the auditors had nominal adjustments that we proposed to the management team during the preparation of the financial statements. What that means to you as a council is that you have a strong financial reporting process in place and may rely upon the information being presented to you today and throughout the year, which is very important. We also then had the second party, which is your executive committee, by proxy, those responsible for the financial reporting process and its oversight. And we had the good fortune of meeting with your executive committee both on February the 6th and May the 22nd of this year. February 6th for the purposes of mapping out our approach to the audit, to discuss the concept of materiality, and to discuss the various risks that might be inherent within the environment of the college and how we as the auditors would address those to ensure that a material misstatement does not exist within the financial statements. We then again met with the executive committee on May 22nd to discuss the results of the audit and the draft financial statements themselves. This was after a meeting of May 15th with the management team to obtain their comments on the financial statements. So again, I'm trying to present to council the thought process that many steps go forward to bringing these financial statements to you today and the confidence that's being exuded in your ability to rely upon them. That being said, our independence was maintained throughout the audit itself, and that's important. We are offering an opinion on the fairness of the financial statements. We do not provide services to CDHO beyond that of the external audit. And finally, what I'd like to provide you guidance with is what Usman will refer to as we are providing you with what we refer to as a clean or unmodified opinion. We have no reservation with the financial statements that are being presented to you today. So with that overview in mind, I'd like Usman then to bring forward the financial statements and take you on a summary level. Thank you, Usman.
Thank you, Blair. I'll share my screen. Okay, so good morning, council members. So here are the statements for College of Dental Hygienists of Ontario for the year ended December 31st, 2025. So the very first thing that you see is our independent auditor's report, and the keyword here is the word independent. As Blair mentioned, we remain independent throughout the engagement. And of significance under the opinion paragraph, under the opinion section is the second paragraph, which reads, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the college as at December 31st, 2025, and the results of its operations and its cash flow for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for non-for-profit organization. In essence, we are providing what Blair mentioned is a clean opinion on the audit. The report then goes on, and there's a section for other information, and that's just mentioning the fact that we are going to be reviewing the annual report just to make sure that the messaging conveyed in the annual report is in line with what we have seen during the year, during the audit. And I can confirm that we have reviewed the annual report and there are no issues to note. The report then goes on, talks about the responsibilities of the management, and then over to the next page, responsibilities of the auditors. The report itself hasn't changed from last year, and the report itself, the wording in the report are those prescribed by CPA Canada. All right, and you'll note that currently the report is not dated, and so we'll date that once we have the approval from council today. Over to the next page then, I'll go over two set of key statements. So the statement of financial position and the statement of operations. And those we consider are the key statements for council members for this strategic planning. Then, so the statement of financial position itself is broken down to three different sections. So assets being what the college owns, liabilities is what the college owes to third parties or funds that are collected upfront from your registrants, and then net assets being the differential. So under assets then, if we add your cash and investments for the years, the amounts highlighted in green, so these three amounts, you'll notice that the change year over year is very nominal, and that's due to the fact that there was a loss in the current year of about $500,000, and if you back out amortization, there's about a $300,000 loss in terms of cash flow coming from your operations, but then that was offset by increased registrant fees coming in from your renewal process. Under liabilities, again, your deferred registration fees. So these are fees that are collected from your members for the 2026 year. And you'll notice that there's an increase of $313,000, and the increase is most related to just increase in members. Increase in registrants. There was no increase in fees itself. Then over to your net assets, and I only mentioned one factor here. So your internally restricted for strategic initiative has increased from 750 to 1.25 million. So during the year, that internal restriction was actually drawn down for activity that happened during the year in terms of your CRM implementation, QA, and governance. And then the management and the executive committee has proposed an increase to top up that internal restriction for another $1.2 million, bringing the ending balance to 1.25 million, and that's related to future strategic initiatives. Okay. Any questions here before we move on to the next set of statements? Okay. Seeing none. So the next set of statements is the statement of operations. So here we have your revenues, which is income being earned by the college, expenses, so outflows of your funds, and the differential being excess over expenses over revenues, which is really your loss for the current year. Okay. So on the registration fees, a slight increase in your registration fees that are being collected. Again, no increase in fees, largely just related to more registrants during the year. Investment income decreased during the year, and that's due to just lower interest rates that we are seeing across the board. Salaries and benefits increased about $200,000, and that's related to an average increase of 2 new full-time employees, salary increases for other staff, which were actually offset by less temp help and also less in professional development courses for your staff. Information technology, we saw a decrease of about $500,000, and that's largely to the fact that in the current year, the college completed the CRM implementation, and then that's now offset by monthly support costs that are being encountered. Right. And then lastly, the complaints and discipline. We see an increase of about $100,000, and that's due to a combination of both complex cases during the year, as well as more number of cases during the year as well. That's pretty much it for my presentation. Happy to take any questions the council members may have.
Thank you, Blair and Newsman. Any questions for the auditors? Okay, not seeing any. With respect to the transfer of funds, there's a memo on page 85 of your meeting package, and this basically provides an estimate of the breakdown of the funds. So this isn't for budgetary approval, but to provide information that supports the relocation of funds from unrestricted reserve fund to reserve from strategic initiatives fund. So if there are no questions, there's a motion on page 87, which is council approves the transfer of $1,221,920 from unrestricted net assets to net assets internally restricted for strategic initiatives. Can I have someone move that? Emery, seconded. Julie, all in favor? Okay, carried. And then the next motion, also on page 87, is that council moves to accept the 2025 draft audited financial statements as presented by Hilborn LLP. I'll mover for that. Nella, seconder Crystal, all in favor? Carried. Okay.
All right.
I'd like to thank you both, Blair and Usman, for the work that you do for the college and for this presentation.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Right, that's great. You might have caught up with a few minutes there.
Yep.
But
Sounds good.
thank you. That was our goal, to provide you with an overview of the audit, the financial statements, and trust that everybody was comfortable with the motion to approve the financials. So thank you very much for your time today, and we'll excuse ourselves from the meeting.
Thanks so much. Have a great
Thank
weekend.
You too.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Bye-bye.
You as well. Bye.
Okay. We are now moving to our next item, which is 7.2, which is the auditor assessment tool. So this document is on page 88 of your information package or meeting package. And this is basically the annual assessment of the external auditor by the executive committee, and it's dated June 2026. So the executive committee, along with staff, Suzanne, fill out this assessment tool, and it's for information for council related to the process of the audit. So what we're looking for is, well, first of all, are there any questions related to the auditor assessment tool that was completed by the executive committee and Suzanne? Emery?
So there's just a couple comments about timing of feedback and consolidating it and things like that. Is it safe to assume that that feedback is going to the auditor and that those items would be addressed? So I'll just give you an example. Just double check the page that I'm referring to. So like on page 93, just the last, within the last row of that comment, it would be helpful to consolidate the information and bringing it forward. And then I think there was another comment about that the process for feedback was driven where you would more prefer to have sort of a timeline and a set timeline for receiving the feedback. So just a couple of the comments that were suggestions for improvement. I guess my question is it safe to assume that that information is going to move forward to them and that those items would be addressed for improvement?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think your first comment or question relates to Suzanne's, and Suzanne, is she here? Or Glenn, can you answer that?
I can speak to it. I can speak to that. Yes. There has been, we have provided feedback which has led to the sort of streamlining of the process for us, because, you know, a pre-pandemic, generally what happened is that the auditors would actually come into the office and they'd spend a week gathering the information that they needed to complete the audit. And since now we're doing it mostly virtually, it's a little bit more disjointed. However, this past audit, the 2025 audit, prior to that, we had suggested that we needed to look for ways that we could make it a more concerted effort, because it becomes disruptive from staff if we're, you know, on like day in, day out, over weeks being asked to provide, a lot of different information. So they were very responsive, and they were actually in the office for 2 or 3 days this past audit, and that helped a lot. So we continue to look for improvements, keeping in mind that they have certain restrictions around their workforce and their work planning as well. But no, we're definitely on the upward slope.
Thank you.
Is that good, Emery? You're good. Thank you, Glenn. Any other questions about the audit assessment tool? Okay, so what council's being asked is to appoint an auditor for 2026. So by reviewing this auditor assessment tool, we're looking to appoint the auditor for 2026. So the motion is actually quite lengthy, so I will read that. Whereas the CDHO bylaws section 10.1 requires that council appoint an auditor licensed under the Public Accounting Act 2004 each year to conduct an audit and issue an audited financial statement for each and every fiscal year. And whereas the firm of Hilborn LLP provides independent accounting services and advice to the CDHO in accordance with the standards and procedures determined by the Certified Internal Controls Auditor / Chief Accounting Officer, and whereas the Executive Committee formed a positive assessment of Hilborn LLP using the auditor assessment tool, therefore be it resolved that the firm of Hilborn LLP be reappointed as auditors of the College of Dental Hygienists of Ontario for the fiscal year of 2026. Can I have a mover, please? Tiffany, seconder, Lisa? Any discussion on this? I will say, executive did talk about this, and we are being provided with a new partner for the coming year. So they, in order to address familiarity threat, there is a partner rotation. So they have already confirmed that they will be doing that next year. So I just wanted to inform council of that. Okay, so we'll vote on that. All in favor? Carried. All right, look at us. We made our timeline. I was starting to worry there. Well, not
Just a
worry.
quick, sorry, Michelle, just a quick, and it doesn't change, but for future, with the annual assessment, I think it would be helpful to separate staff's assessment of the auditor versus the executive's assessment. The auditor sort of put in place, the auditor reports to council and they're sort of our eyes and ears on the financials. And I think keeping that delineation, I think both viewpoints and feedback is really important for council, but it doesn't differentiate in the table as it's currently formatted, sort of who's saying what. And I think those are two distinct voices in the process.
Okay, I think it does though. Number 2 says obtain input from college personnel on page.
Yeah, but the table starting, like annual assessment process, like all of the actual table doesn't differentiate sort of the comments, the observations. It doesn't differentiate the voice of who's saying that observation.
Oh,
Sorry, that was my fault. I when I was formatting the table, so I could make that I could help make that clearer next time. But we do have like the number 2 heading, obtain input from college personnel and then from the executive committee. But I could see your point about it being able to be clearer, so I can make that change for next time.
Got it. Thank you. Really small point. That's why I was making it at the end.
Glenn, did you want to?
So I just had a question on that, and sort of referring back to the discussion that Julie has just had with council. So what would the impact of that be?
Well, I think it's just really important to maintain that notion of like independence, right? That the auditor is independent from staff and from council, and that auditor reports into council, right? So to me, the auditor does not report to you, Glenn, or to staff, or like they are independent from you. And then I think it's just important to sort of keep all we'll say three parties separate through the process. I think it's just a good practice with going into an audit.
I agree that they're separate, but I think that council and staff are working in the same, like we're rowing in the same direction in the audit process.
I think it's just more of when the feedback comes to know this is what staff requested versus this is what staff observed versus this is what council observed when speaking to staff.
I just don't know how we would do that. Like, what would we say? This part is complete, like,
Yeah, I think obtain input from college personnel. I guess it's the there was verbal comments made like, oh, Suzanne said this, Suzanne said that, as opposed to this all reads as it's in council's voice, but it'd be good to know like what came from Suzanne. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to derail the meeting for this, so maybe we take it off. I can provide feedback to Michelle afterwards.
okay, so let's go on our break then. If council can come back at 10:45, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue with our governance process items. And we are at item 7.4, which is the governance committee update. So I will provide that update on the governance committee's work since our last meeting. So the committee's met once since March. At this meeting, we discussed many things, including the policy work that Paula Benbow, who is CDHO's Director of Policy and Strategic Initiatives, the work that she has started with respect to the creation of new policies. And we will hear from Paula about this work a little bit later today. The committee also reviewed the steps to start the implementation of the new Registrar CEO Performance Evaluation Policy and the Council Performance Evaluation Policy as well. So both of these documents are posted in Board Effect. Council will remember that there were minor revisions requested to be done to the Registrar CEO Performance Evaluation Policy at the March meeting. Those revisions were completed. At our meeting, the decision was made to start the process of finding a consultant to help start the process of developing a compensation tool for the CEO Registrar Performance as per the new policy. Implementation of the Council Performance Evaluation Policy will start today at the end of this meeting. We will be implementing a new evaluation tool, which will replace the written surveys post-council meetings. So look forward to that. We also reviewed the terms of reference for the governance committee, and we are currently working on those updates. Just with respect to the policy work, as I mentioned, we're going to be discussing this more this afternoon with Paula's presentation. However, it was decided at our governance meeting that we will have a period of adjustment where we will still have our old policies as we slowly create and approve our new policies. So as we transition, there will be a period of overlap, but the new policies are current and those are what we are following. So ideally, once we create a new policy that addresses a certain topic, the old governance policy on that topic would be formally repealed by council. It's not absolutely required that it's repealed, but as long as there's consensus among council that as a new policy is created to address the topic, then that will take precedence over any pre-existing policies that might still be around that also addresses that topic. So basically, I'm just informing council that everyone understands that as new policies are written, they will take precedence over those old policies, even if the old policies haven't yet been formally repealed by council. So we will circle back to this concept later this afternoon once we hear from Paula and all of her good work with policies. Glenn.
Thanks, Michelle. And from an administrative point of view, I think it's important to realize that the newer policies are actually informed by the older policy governance policies. So there will be no or very few instances where the two sets of policies would conflict. So that's an important piece to keep in mind, as well as these policies are not conflicting. If anything, the newer policies may address some areas that were not addressed in the older policies.
Great, thanks, Glenn.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to move to item 7.5, which is our risk register. So I'm going to turn things over to Glenn for an update on our risk register. There's a briefing note on page 102 that outlines the results from Q1 fiscal year 2026 and the risk register dashboard.
Great, thank you. So I think I've shared my screen. Can everyone see the Enterprise Risk Register dashboard on your screen?
No,
Yes.
We
You don't
see
it?
your files.
Yeah.
My files. Okay, hold on. Sorry. How about now? Cool. All right, great. So you will have seen this before. This is the enterprise risk register dashboard that we've developed over the past year, and all of the elements in this dashboard and the risk register are informed by the existing policies that you'll be familiar with as well. So for example, we can look at financial and procurement management as a risk area. And you can see over here in the second to last column where it says policy number, all of the policies that are then used to inform the risk target or the risk metric. For this last quarter, I'm going to pull it up again. For this last quarter, almost all of the targets have been met. So even though some have not been met, and I'll talk about those in a minute, they're still relatively low risk. So the overall enterprise risk, as reported by the dashboard at this point in time for the past quarter, remains low. Where we were not able to meet our target in this past quarter was under the domain of information and asset management, and particularly under the area of information security and confidentiality. So the target in this metric is that we have no breaches across all categories. And unfortunately, we did experience in this past quarter, two breaches, which were relatively, I say benign, not terribly significant. One involved a mismatching of email addresses in a mail merge that went out to 15 registrants. So we were able to identify that fairly quickly and resolve it. And this was a human error. And the second breach was the provision of a letter of standing, a positive letter of standing for a registrant. And again, through human error, it was a letter of standing for an individual other than the one that had been requested by the requesting regulatory body. So all the parties that were involved in that were identified, and we've looked at the processes whereby we can ensure that these types of errors are prevented moving forward. So that's the only area where we haven't been able to meet the targets that are identified in the enterprise risk dashboard. Other than that, everything looks great, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Glenn? Oh, Christina.
Yeah, I know you alluded to that there is policies. I just wanted to confirm because you didn't say it. Did all of the applicable privacy legislation and response procedures occur for those two breaches?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions for Glenn about the risk register and the results for quarter one? Okay, not hearing any. So we will move to item 7.6, which is our Citizens Advisory Group. So the report for this item can be found on page 103 of your reading package. And I'd like to ask Glenn to present the key findings from this report.
Thank you. You'll just have to bear with me because I'm also going to try and share this. And Veronica and I are in different rooms, so I'm on my own.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that, but
No, well, it's true. It's quite laughable sometimes. Can you see it? Can you see I did it? Fantastic. So I'm happy to, to speak briefly in a summary way about the information that we obtained from our work with the Citizen Advisory Group. But before we do that, I thought I'd talk a little bit about how we got here and why we were actually talking to the Citizen Advisory Group regarding the patient experience around dental hygiene. And if we go back a few years when Deanna Williamson and Harry Caton did a governance review of the CDHO activities, and they certainly talked about how we needed to start to develop a risk focus for our governance activities. And we, as you'll see certainly in the previous item when we were talking about the enterprise risk register, we did do a lot of work in that regard and were able to come up with what we think is a fairly effective way of communicating our risk sort of observation and measurement for enterprise activities. And when I talk about enterprise activities, I'm sort of talking about the business pieces associated with the work that the college does. But Caton and Williams also suggested that we start to look at and focus on risk to the patient as part of like developing a patient risk register. So we're aware that there are certainly, areas of clinical work that can present different varied levels of risk to patients. And the one that comes to mind immediately for me is infection prevention and control. So those are some fairly specific clinical activities that can, through which we can mitigate risk against or for patients. One of the things, though, that we realized we were missing was input from patients. And what do patients think about their risk exposure when they go to receive dental hygiene care and service? So we thought that it would be useful for us to go to patients and ask them what their ideas were around the risk that they were exposed to when they were receiving dental hygiene care. So one of the groups that provides us with this ability to connect with patients is the Citizens Advisory Group. And this is a group that's actually managed by the Ontario Health Regulators. So all of the regulators, the CDHO is one, that regulate health professions in the province, belong to an organization called HPRO, and then HPRO manages this group called the Citizens Advisory Group, and sort of in an arm's length kind of way. But the Citizens Advisory Group has been around since I think the late before the pandemic, probably 2017, and it was actually established initially by the College of Physiotherapists of Ontario, and then the Ontario Health Regulators have recently assumed it, and through the membership fees that the CDHO pays to the Ontario Health Regulators, or HPRO, we have access to the Citizen Advisory Group. So it's managed or overseen by HPRO, but there is a specific management committee as well. You can get more information about the Citizen Advisory Group if you want to go on to the internet and go on the Ontario Health Regulators website. So looking a little bit more closely at what the Citizens Advisory Group is or does, it's a group of patient and caregivers who are brought together by the committee. There it is, established in 2015, to specifically provide patient feedback for health regulators, all of the health professions. And it began, like it says here, it began as a single initiative and has grown into a strong and collaborative partnership with the 27 health regulatory colleges. And again, if you want to go on the website, you can see this interview with a member of the CAG. So they have, a fairly described complete process in terms of how they establish membership in this group. And there are some exclusions. You can't have been or are actively registered as a regulated health professional in any jurisdiction. You can't be employed by a regulatory college in any jurisdiction. You can't be sitting on the board or have been sitting on the board of have been, or actively sitting on the board or a committee of any regulatory college in any jurisdiction as well. And you can't be specifically involved in any action with any of the health regulatory colleges. So the committee, part of its work is to establish the membership of the group, and in doing so it pays attention to a lot of the factors that we're interested in getting some diversity in. So geographical location, age, cultural, ethnic background, language, previous experience with healthcare providers, those sorts of things. So we leave it up to the management of the group to establish the diversity of the group that we would like to see when we're interviewing them. In terms of process, when we decided that we wanted to use this CAG to access some of the patient voice around perceptions of risk when receiving dental hygiene care, we make an application to the CAG coordinator, talk about the pieces that we're interested in discussing, and then the coordinator reaches out to the group. And I think they generally keep about 50 members in their group, and they will go out and say, the CDHO wants to do this consultation, who's interested? And then we were able to access, I think, about 20 or 25 individuals who wanted to have that conversation with us. And what we booked with them was a 2-hour consultation. We provided them with background materials around the work of the CDHO and what the dental hygiene profession involves, and then more specifically about the areas that we were interested in consulting them with. Once they've had an opportunity to process all of that information, then we meet with them. There's a trained, very skilled facilitator who runs the consultation, and then myself and Anita, the director of professional practice, we attend the consultation, but not but in the background. So our cameras are off, and we're not contributing at all unless there are specific questions of around the profession or professional activities that come up, but generally we're in the background. And then they provide the summary report to us. So for this discussion with the members of the CAG, we sort of framed the discussion with 3 general questions. One was, how frequently do you access dental hygiene care? And I can provide you, I don't think it was mentioned specifically in the report, but there was a wide range of access frequency, if you will. It's certainly individuals who had benefit plans were access care more frequently than individuals who did not have access to benefit plans. So we didn't have anybody in the consultation group who hadn't accessed dental hygiene care within the last 5 years. And then, so we sort of wanted to open it up broadly, rather coming in and asking specifically what risks do you perceive. And in our initial conversation, we asked them about what were their best experiences when they thought about good experiences they had when they were receiving dental hygiene care. And then also we were interested in looking at factors that might inhibit access to care. Why do they avoid dental hygiene care? So I thought it was really interesting to understand or come to know that in most of these comments that people provided us with, when we look at the characteristics associated with the best dental hygiene experiences, what's missing is a lot of detail around the clinical aspect of the care. This is more about relational pieces. So people's experiences around dental hygiene care are shaped primarily by communication, by trust, and respectful conversations. And some of the the details that we heard from members of this group were, pre-treatment conversations were very important to them. They liked attention to client education. They like to experience a health history review and also be provided for an opportunity, provided with an opportunity for asking questions prior to treatment. There's also an appetite for patient involvement and autonomy. Patients want to be able to ask questions. They want to be able to provide a signal for stopping treatment if they're feeling uncomfortable with the treatment. They appreciate that hygienists will check in with them during the course of treatment, and also appreciated it when after a description of treatment that a hygienist will actually confirm that the client or patient does understand what's going to happen. Patients also appreciated a trauma-informed or patient-centered approach to care. So a process that involved the seeking out of information about trauma, a process where the client felt respected, and there was respect for individual circumstances. And so there were some descriptions from individuals in this group of having felt shamed, and particularly for individuals who maybe were not accessing or able to access dental hygiene care on a frequent basis, and maybe had a greater need for more extensive work, and they felt that they were judged and shamed about the fact that they hadn't been able to access or hadn't accessed dental hygiene care on a more frequent basis. Clients also expressed an appreciation for continuity of care. People like to develop a relationship with their dental hygiene care provider. And so they really appreciate the opportunity to see the same hygienist on an ongoing basis. They also felt like an awareness of their particular medical history was, added to the positive experience for them. And they, as I think we all do, like to have their preferred names used by the care provider. We also talked to the group, and the group was questioned about safety and risk. And overall, what they demonstrated or spoke about was that the sense of safety is actually more influenced by overall experience of care and professionalism than it is about, their attention to particular, say, IPAC guidelines. And I think that generally the client or patient population assumes that these guidelines around the clinical aspects of the care and around things like IPAC are in place. But certainly from a patient point of view, I mean, they have this assumption that the facility is well taken care of, the IPAC guidelines are followed, but certainly their care experience is much enhanced by a sense of professionalism. When we asked individuals what they thought were reasons for avoiding dental hygiene care, not surprisingly, cost and financial barriers came up as number one. Interestingly as well, and perhaps not surprisingly, clients or patients describe some confusion around who's making the treatment decisions if they're receiving dental hygiene care or oral hygiene care within the context of a dental clinic, because there are a number of different oral health professionals that are participating in the work in that facility. And for some individuals, it's not always clear who's actually making the treatment decisions. Certainly, previous negative experiences with receiving dental hygiene care, things like feeling rushed, feeling judged, feeling like they had no agency in their treatment decisions. Also, language and cultural barriers were all things that could lead to a negative experience. So the general themes from this consultation, I think, were that positive dental hygiene experiences are associated with communication, respect, transparency, agency, clear explanations, respectful interactions, and the opportunity to ask questions. Informed access is supported through clear communication, transparent billing practices, education about the role of dental hygiene, the profession of dental hygiene, and the CDHO, and efforts aimed at reducing financial, language, and cultural barriers all help to increase informed access. And there was the general theme that arose from the conversation that there was perhaps here an opportunity for the CDHO to play a greater role in public education regarding dental hygiene care broadly, the role of the regulator, what clients can expect. And there was even a suggestion that maybe we engage in drafting out a patient bill of rights. So for us, it's interesting because we have been aware of some of these themes for a while, and not a long while, but it's certainly in some of our other work. And when we look at our complaints taxonomy, and we look at, what are the factors that lead to the presentation of a complaint about dental hygiene care to the CDHO. And certainly one of the things that we understand to be a large factor is the notion of communication and informed consent. And in response to that awareness, we actually just released, like 2 weeks ago, or last week, I think it was, we just released a short video clip demonstrating some of the elements of an informed consent conversation, in the hopes that that would be useful to some members of the profession in informing them how they can approach an informed consent conversation. So I'm going to stop sharing there, and just to make a comment about what we do with this information, because certainly when we're constructing a patient risk register, of course it's so multi-layered, and the information that we get is going to come from many different sources. The CAG will be one. The other one will be the Voice of the Patient survey that provides us with a lot of information. Information that we get from our complaints as well, the complaints taxonomy, that provides us with information too. And then, of course, when we talk to our registrants, it's interesting to me because we did later last year, we did have a working group of registrants come in because we wanted them to tell us what they thought the risk areas were for practice. And of course, hygienists, in some way pay a lot of attention to the things that I talked about earlier, like the clinical aspects, IPAC guidelines, first aid kits, these sorts of things. And it's in contrast, I feel like it's in contrast for me then to see what we hear from clients and patients about what their focus is and their appetites are when they go to receive dental hygiene care. So if we want to place in in a context of risk of harm, when we look at these things that, you know, the members of the CAG have told us, then I think it's a, you know, it's a reasonably logical conclusion that the absence of these things presents a risk of harm to individuals, not just in that they don't have a good experience, but it actually deters them from seeking out access to care. So I think that we do need to really focus on these elements of professionalism, and it's about their relational pieces as well. So we're out on this journey, and you know, I really wanted to bring this to council to hear the discussion and hear your response to the information that we got from this group. So thanks.
Thanks, Glenn. That is great. I know I sent an email earlier this week just asking council to consider the information in this report and to come with some, I believe it was your top 3 things that stood out to you with this report. I'm just wondering if anyone wants to share their thoughts. You don't have to say all 3 if you have any comments about the report. Vanessa.
Thanks, Glenn. I can't say I was surprised with what the CAG came back with what's important. I think, you know, it's such a vulnerable space to be in. You're in close proximity to a dental hygienist as a patient, and you know, people are in your mouth. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised that they didn't mention the IPAC thing. I am surprised that there weren't any comments on, for example, oral cancer screenings, which I feel like is such an important and such a high risk risk factor. And, you know, if a dental hygienist isn't doing it, does the client even know that it's being done? But I guess that also kind of ties back into the communication piece and the soft skills. So that's my comment for now.
Thanks. And, you know, I was thinking about this as well, because it feels to me like all of these things, these appetites that people are articulating, take time, right? It doesn't take an inordinate amount of time, but it takes more time. And I feel like there's a shift in expectations that's happening with the patient population. It's like, you know, we need to create that time, that there needs to be less time pressure put on the care, and to allow for this sort of more comprehensive nature of care provision that includes conversations around things like oral cancer screening, or how are you doing your dental hygiene? Let's talk about that. Like, how are you flossing? Are you water flossing? You know, these sorts of things. And so the system, I think, is called to provide that space. So there may be, you know, there's a shift that's needed, because I know that there's a lot of time pressure in clinics, right, for a patient turnover, which is really an enterprise piece. And so we need to look at ways that we can provide more comprehensive care, I think.
In my experience, it's always the dentist that does the cancer screening after the dental hygienist has done all her work. Can the dental hygienist now do the cancer screening?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And remember, Margaret, there are dental hygienists that work independent in Ontario. Not all dental hygienists have to work with dentists. So yeah, they can. But good question. Anne-Marie?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to 100% agree with Glenn in that, you know, sometimes it's that employee model that proposes the most changes, and we probably see that feedback. We'll see that feedback in the registrant survey as well. And that continues to be this challenge, is how do we address that? When I mean, I think independent dental hygiene definitely has the potential to address those issues. But yeah, the employment model is continues to be that challenge for those specific items, those exact items that were mentioned.
Thanks, Anne Marie. Crystal.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I think just kind of building on this as well. So one of the takeaways for me was the role confusion that's still present with a patient of ours or a client of ours. Whose responsibility is it for like treatment planning, billing? What if it's an independent practice? So that kind of division of responsibilities. I think for me in the education space, we talk a lot about independent practice because I dip into business principles. And so when we're having these open discussions in the classroom, we often talk about, you are the owner of an independent practice. Like, how are you managing that space? So it's still interesting to me that in that public domain, they're still having confusion about like what is the role of the independent dental hygienist versus a dentist or a dental assistant.
And I think that speaks to the employment model, right? As Anne Marie pointed out.
Yes.
Thanks, Crystal. Christina.
Yeah, I think one thing that really stuck out to me, and it's sort of in 3B, which is the billing conversations. And I think in a clinical setting, these are professionals, they're making recommendations on what's in the best interest of your oral care, but I'm sort of reading in that there's a bit, and I can understand there's a bit of anxiety, like, yes, I agree, I need this additional scaling, or I need the fluoride, or whatever it is. But if a consumer has in the back of their mind, oh my gosh, what's this going to cost me? I can see that, really influences their feelings towards the treatment. And, we have consumer protection legislation around things like coercion and entering contracts without knowing the value. But that doesn't exist in that environment. And I don't know, some of that exists outside of CDHO's scope, the scope of practice for hygienists, but I think we should, Glenn, it would be great to sort of think about like what could a hygienist do to ease the financial anxiety before treatment has started. And again, if the hygienist is recommending additional treatment while the patient's sitting in the chair with instruments in their mouth, how do we make sure that that's a more informed process and there is some sort of financial consent or at least information on whether it's covered and what the out-of-pocket would be?
Yeah.
Don't know the answer. I just think I can see that as being something that maybe it's easy to address, maybe it's not, but I think it would do a lot to benefit the public to have more informed consent around the financial aspects.
Absolutely true. And I think that your point's well taken, and certainly individuals, even people who have, hefty benefits plans, want to know they have agency in how their benefits dollars are spent, right? They don't want the care provider to assume that their care provider has, free access to their benefits plan sort of thing, which is in many cases the way it is, and certainly in terms of recall and, number of times that we receive dental hygiene care is often determined by the insurer, not by the need sort of thing. So, so that was interesting for me too, as well, to hear from individuals saying, listen, like, I know that, like, I have a benefits plan, but I want to be involved in the decision-making around how those benefits dollars are spent.
And then the second part is I didn't see mention of the Canada Dental Benefit Plan. And I don't know if that came up in discussion. Like, is there, I don't know how many people in the group didn't have benefits, but did you see any signs of awareness that exists? And, was it talked about as like, does that help to reassure patients?
It does. So we're seeing more patients come online, like on stream, that are coming on because they have CDCP and they're aware of it. So I think that the government and the professions have done a really good job in getting the message out around the CDCP.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry, I couldn't find my mouse. Thanks, Christina and Lori.
When I was going through my three thoughts about this, one was the trauma-informed patient-centered care. And I think maybe it was you, Vanessa, who mentioned, you're in close contact with people. You don't know their history of abuse or assault or anything like that. And so it's not just about history with dental hygiene, but their whole history. Because you're dealing with a wide variety of people who've had all sorts of different experiences, and you may, as a dental hygienist, get the sense that there's some sensitivity towards your presence near them. And so understanding trauma-informed care includes being sensitive to those issues and being respectful of those things and bringing them up and seeing how you can make this experience less problematic for them. I mean, certainly my history's been in working with people who've been sexually abused in all sorts of ways. And so, it's not a discussion that I really read here, but I think we need to open that book and say, well, some of the people that may be in your chair may have had some very negative experiences. And so, some of their reactions may be related to that. So understanding what a trauma-informed response would be really helpful in understanding how to approach patients who've had, some history of sexual abuse. So that's just one comment I had about what I read. It seemed to be a piece that wasn't blatantly stated, but I think it should be. I think that should be known and understood, that when we know the level of the numbers of the population who've had abuse histories, some more observable or blatant than others, but I think that's something that we've also seen when people have concerns about their dental hygiene treatment. It's about whether that hygienist was respectful of their feelings around that closeness of being with that hygienist. So that's just one of the points that I noted when you wrote that note to us, Michelle.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Lori. Those are great points, Glenn.
Absolutely. I think, thanks for those comments. So I think attention to, the trauma aspect is, or even the trauma aspect, I think it is supported and points to the need for like a relational piece in the relationship between the dental hygienist and the patient, like an ongoing relation. Like I think you're going to feel more relaxed and more protected, less vulnerable in a situation where you're seeing the same hygienist on a routine basis who is aware of your history. But I think there's also, Lori, as you're talking, because we developed, we have a module on trauma-informed care, but I think that in that sense, it's almost like there's the assumption that the patient will identify themselves as trauma-informed, like I have trauma, and so I think that there's a responsibility for the professional as well to seek that information out in a way. And I think that it exists for a lot of people. I'm thinking of Vanessa's comment about the vulnerability that people feel. And I sort of think about it in a biological sense. People are on their backs with a stranger with their hands in somebody's mouth. Like that's pretty vulnerable to. So I think there's an opportunity for us to realize recognize that the patients are in, quite a position of vulnerability for sure.
Lori?
And if patients, they may not be able to verbally express that vulnerability, but by their behavior, you may see it, the way they respond in the chair. You may see it, and the onus may be on you as the dental hygienist to say, I sense you're a bit uncomfortable with what I'm doing. What can I do to make this better for you or easier for you? Or like just identifying those things that maybe that person isn't able to verbally articulate to you, but you can see it rather than proceeding with the procedure, maybe stopping and giving them a voice.
Absolutely, Lori.
There's also the trauma of pain. And in my case, I speak to the dental hygienist and tell her, look, this is what happened in the past to me. And so if I jump, it's okay. It's just a reaction to having had pain in the past. Dentists long ago did not use painkillers when they filled your teeth. So that was very painful, and I don't think a patient ever gets over it. And I think it is up to me to explain that to the dental hygienist and the doctor, that I may jump when I feel the pain, but that's all it is.
Yeah, we've definitely come a long way in that department for sure. We've evolved and improved, so that's good. Yeah, thanks, Margaret. Ella?
I think sometimes a dental hygienist has to be aware of their own personal hygiene also. If they've had, and I hate to say this, a tuna salad for lunch, and then they're working on my teeth, it's not very pleasant. So they do have to be made aware of, the hygienist has to be made aware of their own personal hygiene.
Good point. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think
Michelle, sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
Just wanted to add on to Laurie's comment. When we are talking to the vulnerable community sectors, I do a lot of volunteer with the shelters, homeless shelters, and women's shelters. So I think we definitely, I don't know how, need some communication in that area. In any sector where we are talking about the vulnerable population, seniors, and the biases around that. Sometimes some clinical professionals, I would say, comes from a privileged background, and then they don't understand what the vulnerable population goes through. My second question is actually for all the people that were interviewed for all these questions. Any experience those people have from independent dental hygiene clinics? Is there any specific thing that came up when they had the experience with the independent clinics regarding this communication? Because when we are talking about the employment settings in the independent sector, they have more, they can set their own schedules and they have more time.
Freedom.
So is it different between the independent clinics that the dental hygienist owns, or as compared to the regular dental offices?
For this group, no one was a patient of an independently practicing hygienist. And in fact, a number of people expressed surprise. They didn't even know that hygienists could practice independently. So I think that we have that opportunity, if you will.
So
right?
I think as a college, we have opportunity for the communication about the role, and then more transparency, like how hygienists can have their role in billing and then decision making, dental hygiene diagnosis, and it also mentioned about their future appointments. Some are confused about 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months. I think there's a area where we can have a better communication. Yeah, thank you.
I do know that there's an association of independent practitioners, I think, in the province. So that might be part of their work as well, right?
Okay. Oh, Lori?
Sorry, one last comment. I noted that all of the discussion seemed to relate to adult patients, but many of you work with children too, right? So I found that kind of interesting that I didn't notice any discussion around particularly sensitivity in terms of working with, child clients or child patients. And that there may be some need to make sure that there's, communication and work with the parents, and being able to make children feel safe and comfortable in the environment and that sort of thing. So just a comment.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I was actually wondering about question 1 when they asked about you or a loved one, and I thought, well, that's kind of a strange question, but maybe that was supposed to capture, although you probably didn't really get feedback about children specifically, I would say. But just to bring this back to the public safety piece, I think when we talk about public safety, for the most part, people think about physical safety. Are you harming them in some way? Following IPAC, things like that. But I think this piece of communication and trauma-informed care and all of those things should be thought of as well when we talk about safety. When we're talking about public safety, it's not just harm, physical harm. It's, are we keeping people emotionally safe, providing trauma-informed care, communicating well. So I think that information should be, that concept of public safety needs to incorporate a lot of things, not just that physical safety piece. Christina?
I totally agree with you, Michelle. I think also there's the physical safety, the emotional safety, but I think we should also be thinking about financial safety. This can be a big expense for patients, and I think it's really important to not make people feel financial shame when they're turning down a service, because that from what I'm reading in that report, that's keeping people from going back. So it may be your recommendation is they go back every 6 months, but if they can only afford once a year, you meet them where they're at. And I think, it's important, like you said, Michelle, the whole thing, not just physical.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Thanks again, Glenn, for that work with this group. So this will take us now to our last item of the morning, 7.7, which relates to scope of practice enhancement. This is a really exciting topic and one that we've been waiting patiently for. I'm going to ask Glenn and Paula Benbow, CDHO's Director of Policy and Strategic Initiatives, to speak to Council on this long-awaited change for dental hygienists and the public of Ontario.
Thank you. And Michelle, when you say long awaited, could you give us an idea of time frame?
Decades.
Right.
So long.
So long. Okay.
So long.
So it's here.
Yeah.
And everyone will have been made aware of the fact that the Minister of Health, Sylvia Jones, directed some of the health regulatory colleges to make the changes necessary to realize some enhancements to the scope of practice for the particular professions. And the profession of dental hygiene was one of those professions. And we're very happy to engage on this work. So just as an update for you, we I think we received the I think the direction was published a couple of weeks ago. And then we had our first meeting with the ministry on Wednesday with ministry staff. And in that meeting, we broadly charted out the course of this project to bring all of these pieces into the scope of practice for dental hygienists. And so we don't have a lot of details yet. I do know this. If we have legislative amendments, which we will, that need to be made, the legislature has already risen for its summer break, and they won't be coming back until the fall. So any changes that require legislative amendment will have to wait until the fall. In the meantime, though, we as its staff are going to start doing the work that's necessary to attend to all of the elements that are at play here. It's not just the legislative or regulatory changes that we have to make. We have to figure out, what's the appropriate way to credential individuals to actually provide these care pieces, particularly the administration of local anesthetic. And then we also have to have conversations with the educators to talk about what curricular changes need to take place. So I'm going to let Paula talk a little bit more about the details of things, but I just wanted to sort of suggest to you that a lot of the preparatory work will take place in this year, and that the earliest, and I'm not committing to anything on this, but the earliest that we could see some of these things realized would be in 27, which is actually quite quick for these types of changes. I don't know whether Julie had any comments about any of the regulatory pieces at all, Julie?
No, not yet. I'm happy to answer specific questions, but no general comments. No.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Paula, did you want to make some comments about some of the specific approaches that we're going to have in terms of education and credentialing?
Yes, definitely. So these proposed regulatory changes really present an opportunity to improve access to care for the public, particularly for individuals requiring adequate pain management. I think this came up in the last discussion around people, having past trauma experiences with dental hygiene care, for example. So this provides an opportunity to provide additional pain control options. And it also allows for more comprehensive assessment in situations where radiographs are indicated for care planning. So with these proposed changes, the college must ensure that dental hygiene care continues to be delivered safely and competently and within the public interests. So this includes actually identifying what constitutes safe and effective practice when performing these expanded activities, and determining how those expectations should be embedded in standards of practice, for example, practice guidance and other regulatory tools. And another key part of this work that Glenn mentioned is really identifying the competencies that dental hygienists and applicants, so when we think about the students applying to become a registrant, what must they demonstrate in order for the college to be able to, authorize them to perform these activities in practice? So what are the knowledge, skills, judgment, clinical decision-making required for prescribing and administering local anesthesia, for example, ordering radiographs, fulfilling some of those radiation safety responsibilities associated with a radiation protection officer. We're also exploring how these competencies may be achieved and assessed in different circumstances. So, there's the entry to practice education curriculum for future graduates, future applicants to the profession. We also have considerations for pathways for existing registrants to become upskilled, to acquire the additional competencies to perform this skill in practice. And we're also considering how applicants who are licensed in other jurisdictions and they're interested in relocating to Ontario, what would the process look like for them? Or perhaps someone who's completed their education in another jurisdiction, what will that look like? So a lot of the work that we've begun, we're starting to conduct jurisdictional scans across the country, reviewing educational curriculum from when we think of the entry to practice curriculum, as well as some post-diploma, postgraduate CE courses that we've seen in other jurisdictions, examining standards of practice, regulatory approaches, and also the evidence and the research available. So all of this analysis will help us with the implementation plan, the evaluation strategies, communication strategies, for example. So it's the work's ongoing. You know, it is going to be a journey, but we look forward to continuing to have this conversation throughout this process. You know, look for opportunities to solicit feedback, carry out public consultations. And Glenn also mentioned around, you know, collaboration with system partners when we think of the ministry, educators, registrants, other regulators within and outside of the dental hygiene profession. So this work continues to evolve, and so very exciting. And we look forward to continuing the conversation on this topic.
Okay, any questions for Glenn or Paula? No, I thought people would have questions. I just have a quick question. So will there be like an authorization that people will have to do this, like authorized to prescribe, authorized to perform local anesthetic? Like, is that how it will look, or?
Yeah, I think that the sense is that, I mean, we're looking at different groups of dental hygienists in terms of how we will provide them with the access to these new controlled acts, if you will. And certainly our conversations with educators, educational program administrators, will be focused around the fact that we anticipate that at some point in the future, maybe 5 years out, everybody who's graduating from an accredited program in the province of Ontario will have competency in these areas and will be, you know, registered and approved to carry out these activities. But that doesn't speak to the 17,000 practicing hygienists that we have now. And so, yes, first of all, nobody will be forced to do this, right? So for the existing postgrads who are practicing, don't want to do it, fine. If you want to do it, then we're going to have to look at things like, have you taken a course before? When did you take the course before? If you haven't taken a course before, this is the prescribed way for you to become competent in this area. And so then in that regard, Michelle will need to, and we've already started doing the work around this, need to provide some notation on the public register that somebody is authorized to perform these acts. So it won't be that it comes into effect and then everybody can
exactly. Well,
start jabbing willy-nilly. Sort of.
I would hope that we would know that, but you never know. Crystal.
So I know when I was like reading through, it said like 90% confidence rate for radiographic comfort, but then it was down to 51% for LA. So I'm just going to wonder how we're going to bridge that space. But I think Michelle kind of tapped into that, saying like that authorization. But I think that's in alignment with the question too. Seeing that competency, we see that hygienists are very confident in radiographic interpretation and taking radiographs. But in that LA realm, how is that going to work for Ontario?
So you're talking about the data that was presented in the registered engagement survey, the confidence level.
Yeah.
So so are you asking the question of how we're going to approach elevating the confidence level and what the
Yes.
educational approach would be?
You
So
got it.
right. Okay, cool. So similar to what all educators do, the first thing we look at is the competency profile. What do we want people to be able to do? If we say that they're able to do local anesthetics, so what are all the competency elements? So there's the theoretical piece, and certainly we think that the theoretical education can be done online. We would design an online course for the theory, and then once people have demonstrated, their competence in the theoretical knowledge, then that would entitle them to then take a clinical training course. That we wouldn't do that. We would develop a competency for clinical training, and then we would deliver that to the programs or institutions that would be interested in providing that training. And so then we would have some type of approval process. And then once the individual has successfully completed that training and it's also previously completed the theoretical training, then they'd be noted on the register that they're competent to carry this out. Does that answer your question, Crystal?
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Crystal. Any other, Belbeer?
Thank you. It's not a question, it's actually a comment. This is our first meeting after we had this announcement. I just want to congratulate every single hygienist in Ontario. And I really want to thank every single person, the advocacy groups, every single hygienist who put their name on those surveys that they did. The leader of all the dental hygiene associations and our organization, CDHO, Glenn, and everyone, the chairs, the past chairs for putting forward and having endless meetings, I would say, to get this done. So thank you, everyone, and congratulations to everyone.
Yeah, it's monumental. Thanks, Belbeer. It's we've torn down that wall that evaded us for so long. So it's a big deal. So thank you. I'll reiterate what Belbeer said, everyone. So it's quite exciting.
It is.
It's a good time to be on council. Like it's great. We're getting all the info. So very good. All right, so we are very close to our lunch time, which is great. I think we might just take an extra 7 minutes for lunch instead of bringing something from the afternoon up. I think we deserve that. So it's a sunny day, at least it is outside of Ottawa. So I hope it's sunny where you are, and maybe you can get outside for a minute. So let's return at 1 o'clock, and we'll start with our registrant engagement survey. Thanks, everyone, for a good morning. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed some delicious lunch. We're going to continue with our council education, item 8.0, and I'd like to welcome Doha Melham from Pivotal Research. Doha will be presenting the results of the Registrant Engagement Survey. Dental hygienists in Ontario were asked to complete the Registrant Engagement Survey in March of this year. Doha is the Vice President of Consulting and Chief Evaluator at Pivotal Research with over 20 years experience in workforce development, policy reform, and evidence-based regulation. Since 2021, she's partnered with CDHO to amplify the patient voice, strengthen registrant experience, and build tools like the college's risk register that drive innovation and data-led change. She holds a Master of Public Policy from Johns Hopkins University. So, excuse me, the survey results start on page 108 of your meeting package. And welcome, Doha.
Hi, hello guys. Thank you so much for having me or inviting me to speak to you today about the CDHO 2026 Registrant Engagement Research Outcomes. A quick headline before the details here. What we're seeing is a strong dynamic picture where registrants are really noticing changes that CDHO are making in various supports and programming. So I'd like to put up a set of slides and share with you those results. One moment. Okay, let me know when you see the slides. I'll go back to just 1 minute here. Okay, do you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. A little bit about background and methodology here. This program is a core CDHO initiative to gather actionable feedback from registered dental hygienists on college programs, their practice, and CDHO's role as a regulator. The 2026 cycle builds on the 2023 baseline with new areas added, full QA program implementation, scope of practice updates, cultural safety expectations, AI in practice questions, and communication experience module in this 2026 survey iteration. All active Ontario registered dental hygienists were invited to participate in this online survey. The survey was fielded between March 2nd and 26th, 2026. 2,700 registrants participated, which is approximately a 16% response rate, which is a robust base for this analysis. Okay, a little bit about the respondent profile. The respondent sample spans all career stages and practice settings and is broadly consistent with the 2023 iteration. We see a modest shift toward earlier career representation in this cycle. Most respondents are female, 94%, and most were educated in Ontario, 95%. Most work in dentist-owned practices, with smaller shares in corporate-owned and independent registered dental hygiene practices at 5%. On career stage, it's well balanced. A quarter have under 5 years in practice, and a quarter have more than 25 years, and just over half work full-time at a single location. The renewal experience improved significantly since 2023, with more registrants completing a core regulatory requirement with fewer barriers. 60% rate the process is easy or very easy, up from 44% in 2023, and 80% report no issues at all. And usability tracks with that as well. 60% also say the renewal form itself is easy to complete, which suggests the form is a key driver of the overall experience. Where small changes remain, they've shifted away from payment toward documentation and system access, such as proof of liability and portal access. The CDHO communication experience rate well on the elements that matter most, with a strong foundation on tone and clarity and timeliness. 81% agree that CDHO's communications are professional and respectful in tone. 78% agree communications are easy to understand, and 72% agree that communications are timely. More than half also rate staff responsiveness and website navigation positively, and more than a quarter turn to social media for college updates. Okay, a little bit here on the quality assurance program. The newly reformed QA program is generally understood. 72% understand the requirements, 63% say it encourages them to actively maintain competence. More than half, and close to 60, agree that QA resources are clear and accessible, and they understand the assessment selection process. Understanding is more moderate on the specifics, for instance, on assessment pathways and clarity of website resources. What registrants say would help are step-by-step explanations, clear written guidance, and practical examples. A little more on the QA program supports. Awareness is high for the QA supports, including peer circles at 82%. And practice advisors at 65%, but close to 2/3 haven't accessed any supports in the past 12 months. So what's important is that those who do engage, though, rate the supports highly. Peer circles at 88%, practice advisors at 75%, communities of practice at 69%. So the supports work. The opportunity is connecting more registrants to them. With regards to practice standards, 67% report no challenges implementing standards of practice, up from 58% in 2023. Where challenges persist, they're concentrated in various standards of practice, including the practice management standard at 15%, the continuing competence standard at 10%, practice environment standard at 10%, and professional relationships at 8%. Among those facing challenges, the primary driver continues to be time constraints. Okay, here we asked a better questions, similar to some questions we asked in 2023 around workplace safety and discrimination or workplace experience. Satisfaction with workplace zero tolerance harassment policies improved to 74% from 66% in 2023. Though 10% remained dissatisfied, mainly citing inconsistent enforcement in their respective workplaces. Most report no discrimination from colleagues and employers at 79% and patients at 73%, but it's more common in patient interactions, as you can see. Where discrimination is reported, it most commonly involves racism, bias based on profession, and ageism. And it's, as we mentioned, more frequent in patient interactions. Witnessing discrimination or observing it is consistently higher than personal experience. So to illustrate, 19% report witnessing racism from patients compared with 11% who experienced it, which tells us it's still present in the environment even when not directly experienced. And what we saw in the data is that early career registered dental hygienists are more likely than other registered dental hygienists to report both experiencing and witnessing discrimination, particularly from patients. With the new standard on cultural safety and humility under development, we have created a new baseline around confidence in applying cultural safety and anti-racist practices. 53% are very or extremely confident in applying culturally safe anti-racist practices, with most others confident. For supports, registrants favor flexible education-based supports, including webinars, guidelines, and optional training, with notably less interest in mandatory approaches. Workplace priorities are relational. As you can see here in the data, respectful relationships top the list at 93% of what's important or a priority for registered dental hygienists at their workplace, with 90% plus for communication, inclusion, and person-centered care. Autonomy and interprofessional collaboration have also gone up since 2023 in terms of what's important for dental hygienists, in their workplace. With regards to team-based care, we continue to ask a battery of questions similar to 2023 on team-based care perceptions. Team-based care continues and remains core to the work that dental hygienists participate in. 89% say it improves patient outcomes. 86% want to collaborate, up from 83% in 2023. Fewer feel registered dental hygienists aren't seen as part of the team, which is a sign of the perception of that growing recognition, on the team. Okay, here with regards to innovation and technology, practice is evolving. 51% see opportunities to implement innovation, up from 44% in 2023. And 43% say independent dental hygienists need more support for continuity of care, up from 38%. AI use is still limited at 17%. But of that core, that small core that's using AI, it's mostly used for clinical assessment interpretation and administrative tasks. But and then when we asked a question on what would increase your confidence to uptake on the use of AI, participants or respondents said they look for guidance, webinars, videos, and frequently asked questions. Further, we asked some questions on confidence in potential expanded scope activities. There's a strong confidence in prescribing radiographs at 90%, more mixed confidence scoring on administering local anesthetic at 51%. The supports registrants want first are formal education or certification at 82% and clear practice standards at 68%. Here, we continue to ask questions on perceptions of CDHO's effectiveness in meeting its mandate. 72% of RDH respondents view CDHO as effective in its public protection mandate, up from 49% in 2023, which is a great headline. We see gains across every mandate function. Standards, 85% from 71%. Ongoing competence, 76% from 51%. Entry to practice, 74% from 68%. Complaints handling, lower scoring, but improving, 57% from 54%. And this confidence score aligns closely with the public perception statistics that we gather through our Voice of Patient programming. So in 2025, last year, VOP outcomes show that patients rate overall effectiveness of the CDHO mandate at 74%. So both groups are moving in the same direction or move in the same direction. Okay, here we've also shared a link to the interactive dashboard with you, so council can explore the results, on your own, filter by subgroup, like years in practice, practice setting. It's organized into 5 areas, as you can see here: communication, renewal, perceptions of CDHO, QA, program experience, practice standard implementation, workplace experience, perception, and AI and emerging trends. Perhaps I can click on quickly and just show you the pages. And let me know if you can see this.
Hi, Doha.
Yes.
If you click Control and then click on the image, it should pop up.
Okay. Can you see this? Can you see the dashboard?
No, you'll need to drag it to the screen.
Okay, I need to drag it to the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, apologies for that. And I will hit Control. Just 1 second here. I'll unshare.
I can also pull it up, Doha. I'll just
yeah. Okay, thank you, Hafsa. If you can do that, thank you so much.
Okay. If you can just stop sharing and then I can take over.
Okay. One minute. Okay.
And then you just gotta click stop sharing.
Okay, 1 second. I'm sorry. Apologies.
No,
for that.
Okay, there you go. Can you see my screen? Okay, perfect. And then we're going to jump to the workplace experience page.
Sure, I wanted to show the various pages. You're able to toggle as well from the 2023 survey year for some questions that are consistent from the last iteration. As you see, for instance, communication experience is something that was due for this survey iteration. So you see the results here. You're able to slice and dice by age and years in practice. If you go to the next page, you can see information on the QA program experience. You're able to look at awareness and uptake, perceptions, and so on. Next page. Practice standards implementation, including baseline data on confidence and applying the standard that is currently under development at CDHO. Next page. More perceptions around the workplace experience. Next page. And then here, AI and emerging trends, where you'll be able to look at some data around confidence and expanded scope activities, as well as, information on AI usage and uptake. Okay, I want to get back to my slides.
Okay, I stopped sharing.
Thank you. Okay, I'll get back here. I can quickly get back to the our key considerations. So based on the weight of the evidence, we share with you a few key considerations. To sustain strong regulatory performance and registering experience, keeping core delivery consistent, continuing to streamlining high-touch processes like renewal and QA. Strengthening QA clarity and engagement, as we saw in the data, making pathways easier to navigate, connecting more registrants to supports. We do see high awareness in the elements there, just kind of, increasing engagement numbers. Improving the communication experience, building on strong tone and clarity and timeliness by improving responsiveness and digital navigation. Additional key considerations is to align supports and guidance with evolving diverse practice, including flexible practical formats and clear direction in emerging areas like AI and expanded scope areas. Embedding workplace experience insights into guidance, including reinforcing standards, including the cultural safety standard that's under development, and targeting supports where risk is more pronounced, for example, with early career registered dental hygienists. And finally, deepening insight through targeted analysis and ongoing research. So pairing this consistent biennial tracking for registrant experience with focused research deep dives where patterns of awareness, understanding, and engagement might diverge to understand why is that happening and to continue to make sure that dental hygienists and registrants are having a positive experience with the supports and programming from the college. This concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Doha and Hafsa. Any questions for them from council? Vanessa.
She's
you're
muted.
muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Doha and Hafsa. That was a lot of information and a lot of good information. I like seeing the comparison between 2023 and this year's iteration. I was just wondering, there was a note in the package we received that while awareness of QA supports is high, most dental hygienists, so 61%, report no participation in the peer circles, practice advisor, and communities of practice in the last 12 months. Was there any, space for respondents to kind of give more information or context to that question?
No, because we had a lot of questions in this survey. It was very rich, and we wanted to make sure that registrants were able to respond to it in one sitting. They could come back to it in several sittings to complete it. It's a unique invitation to them. But wanted to make sure that it was around like 12 minutes to complete. So we had some places where there were questions around deep dive. So we did ask overall in the QA program question modules improvement areas, and they did talk about and provide some feedback there. So we did get some feedback a little bit on what they would be looking for, but not necessarily to answer the question of what might not be having them be engaging as much.
Thank you. And just a second part to that question. What were the response rates like this time? I mean, I could see the numbers of participants, respondents to the different questions, but like how does that compare to 2023's survey?
Yeah, we had a higher response rate this iteration.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anne Marie.
Thank you. Yeah, my comment was in with regards to the response rates as well. But first of all, I would just like to say it's really nice to see that slow creep towards that slow improvement. Really nice to see that. And I think 2,700, that's a really great sample size, but it's only 16.5% of respondents. And so I'm just wondering if that percentage of respondents, is that typical for something like this? Or, should we be concerned that it's on the low side in terms of response rates?
No, actually, this is pretty high for registrant engagement surveys based on our experience. I mean, it can run the gamut from 5% to 15%, and we're over 15%. This is really good. It really means that, a big proportion of registrants are attentive and wanting to participate. There has been this, culture of reaching out to registrants, seeking their feedback actively. And so registrants feel that, their voice is being heard. So they are participating. It's good numbers.
Christina.
Yeah, I think it's interesting the response rate is so high. I just want, and it seems, and I sort of a question of like your intuition on this. I just want to make, sometimes response rates can be high because people are angry, but I don't see like an anger or frustration necessarily in the results. So do you think it's just a sign of good engagement, or were people incentivized, like you got a $5 gift card for completing the survey?
No, there was no incentives for this.
And my second question is probably more directed at Glenn. I'm just curious, like, what are the metrics in this that you, Glenn, are monitoring and your team are monitoring, or like, what would you consider to be like those key performance indicators that the CDHO is doing what they need to be doing?
You're muted, Glenn.
I don't think that there's one particular KPI. I mean, I think all of the elements that are assessed or identified in the questions are important for us and providing us with kind of an overall view of how registrants are feeling about their engagement with the college. Particularly interested in change over time. I think it's part of our responsibility to, this is like a feedback survey for us, right? And we're a service provider and we're asking about what's your feeling, what's the tone like when you're interacting with us, how useful is the information? So there aren't any particular KPIs that stick out. I think it's the gestalt of all of these pieces that we're looking at.
Glad you mentioned service, because I think it's like, well, a regular doesn't necessarily serve. It really is like important, I think, to set the tone with registrants. Like you expect prompt response and diligent responses from registrants when asking for information. And likewise, I think this survey reflects that you are showing that same level of professionalism. in your interactions with them. So I think that's awesome to monitor this. I'm also curious, like we now have the strategic plan. I had to pull it up to remind myself, but we have that like support element of the strategic plan. And I'm just curious if this survey is going to be integrated into the monitoring of that part of the strategic plan.
For sure. Like all of the pieces of information that we go out into the ecosystem to gather help inform the strat plan for sure.
Yeah,
But just
and I
going
think
back
that
to your
ties
comment
back.
about just going back to your comment about service, like I feel like we do provide service. We provide service to registrants for registration and these particular pieces. So that part of our function, we need to pay attention to. You know, and are we, you know, achieving the service goals that we set? And like you say, and I think it's insightful, is like we also model these behaviors, right? Like our registrants pay attention to how we interact with them and what our response times are and what kind of tone we use. And we're actually, I feel like it's the parental modeling, right? It's like we do this, we expect you to do this as well. Sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think that's
Sorry, I
where I was just sort of
interrupted you.
thinking. No, it's okay. That's why I think where my mind was going with the KPIs. I think that this is a really good tool to continue to monitor the strategic plan, and that's why I was curious on like what are the, we'll say, the levers within that dashboard that you are looking to improve or at least maintain what the current is.
Right. Or even understand. Like I think Vanessa raised the question first, like what's happening with the QA engagement and why is it's somewhat low? And one of the things that I'm led to believe is that, and I think it's probably true of most health professionals, they don't actively engage in the QA program until they're assessed, until their number comes up, sort of thing. So there you see a lot of activity in the year in which they've been chosen to be assessed, sort of thing. So that may contribute to it, but it's certainly, to me, it points to the opportunity for us to engage with registrants about this particular piece, about the QA program, the expectation that, you know, regulated health professionals are expected to engage in continuing competence throughout the course of their career, not just when they're being assessed in the QA assessment process.
That's a good point. I wonder, and Doha, I don't know if, do you have that data point of like when the registrants number was called, or we don't ask that? So that'd be interesting to be able to compare perceptions based on what year that registrant is in.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I know CDHO has this data, so it's a matter of looking at it, you know, it could be internally or working with us to kind of understand what those patterns look like. I did want to get back a little bit. I just got that data on the participation rate. 2023 was 14%. It was very robust. And I do want to add that CDHO does a great job at kind of doing priming that as surveys come in. And we need to hear from you, make yourself heard. So we do see that. We did see that there was a program of that in 2023 as well now. They did that ahead of the survey launch, so included that in their communication strategy. So that was great. And so the numbers are high even in 2023. Dental hygienists also like to participate, to make their voice heard. They really care.
I just have a question about the workplace data. I'm just wondering why we want to know those things. It's nice to know, but do we need to know about workplaces for dental hygienists? Like with the public safety mandate, is this?
You're asking me?
Sure. Yes.
And I can help answer too, but yeah, maybe Glenn can go first.
We're interested in the environments in which registered dental hygienists are called to provide care and service, and how those environments can affect their ability to actually meet the expectations that we have and that their clients and the public have of them as well. So if there are workplace factors that either support or impede their ability to sort of execute their professional duties, then we want to know about it, and we want to know whether we can assist in some way. So I think that's the broad question there. They don't operate in a vacuum, right?
For sure. And to add that we do note in the reporting that, while workplace experience and the RDH practice on team-based care and so on are not necessarily directly within CDHO's control, but CDHO can reinforce that role of standards and guidance, that standard under development for cultural safety, humility, anti-racism, which supports safe and equitable practice environments. And so this is the area where, CDHO is looking at risk areas and how best to support their registrants in that regard. So the data that's looking at like early career RDHs are more likely than others to be experiencing, or witnessing or observing discrimination from patients, so on, is good kind of risk information that CDHO can take back and look at, providing better supports there.
Yeah, I think it was good that you linked it to the different standards of practice and how the practice management and practice environment, those obviously stand out in, being difficult to meet those standards in certain workplaces. So yeah, that's good. Any other questions? Great. Well, thank you so much, Doha and Hafsa, for your work on this. Always nice to have you come to our council meetings, and you always bring such great information. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Castle. Thank you, Glenn, for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so we will be moving on to we're continuing on with our governance process items. So 9.1, which is our draft financial management policies. So I'd like to welcome back Paula Benbow to present the draft financial management policies. There's a briefing note that can be found on page 120 of your meeting package. And I'll turn it over to you, Paula.
Great, thank you, Michelle. I am going to share my slides, so just bear with me. Hopefully there are no issues. Just double checking with you, Michelle. Can you see? Yeah, I see a thumbs up. Excellent. Okay, there we go. So thank you for having me here today to speak about the governance modernization and policy renewal initiative. So I'm here to present for council approval a financial management policy that reflects the college's transition away from Carver and towards that new modernized governance framework, which includes a new policy architecture. And the financial management policy is one of the first policies developed under this new framework. So we're hoping that it serves as a template in showing how we intend to modernize the overall policy architecture. And you'll see there really was an opportunity to improve clarity, readability, transparency, and really align with regulatory requirements. So effective governance and sound financial stewardship are essential for fulfilling CDHO's public interest mandate. Council establishes expectations and exercises oversight. Julie spoke to this this morning, really to ensure that resources are managed appropriately and transparently. And so in this short presentation, I wanted to just quickly highlight some of the recent discussions we've had on this topic, just more of a reminder. And then I will summarize the draft financial management policy that was included within the council meeting package. And then I'll close with some next steps. And so, as you know, it was acknowledged in the Caton report that the policy governance framework was rigid, inhibited spontaneity, and it truly was a barrier for effective decision making in the public interest. There was a great deal of time focused on process and monitoring, but not necessarily what matters most, and that's the mandate to regulate in the public interest. And so since the release of that report, there's been a lot of work that Council has been undergoing. And this work includes this modernization of the policy architecture that I'll speak to today. And see, these are some of the governance principles that we've spoke about over the last few months. And I hope that you'll see some of these principles and values embedded within the new policy framework. So historically, council policies were, or well, they still are, they have been structured using Carver policy language. Often we see policies written in the negative, so what someone cannot do. A lot of language around ends and means, executive limitations, ownership, control, things like that. And I'll just show an example. Here is EL4, the financial conditions and activities. So this is from the existing policy manual. And you can see that there's, an opening statement, and then there's a list of items that the registrar CEO shall not do. So this is kind of the entire policy. So keep this in mind as we compare it to the policy that we're hoping to move towards within this modernization process. And in order to standardize the policies and increase readability, like thinking about the public, new council meeting members, how can we improve readability as well as that transparency piece? So this was from, I believe it was the March council meeting that you probably have seen some of these slides where we talked about how a policy should have a header with some of the key information around when was this policy approved? When is it due for a mandatory review date? And also within the body, front and center, how does this policy align with the public protection mandate? Also looking at roles and responsibilities when we think about role clarity and opportunities for collaboration. Our sources of authority when we think about related documents and legislation, etc. So this is kind of the template that we're hoping to incorporate going forward. We have identified opportunities to simplify language, improve clarity, transparency, and really adopt approach that better supports strategic oversight in the public interest. So we're not looking to have a long operational procedure manual, for example. We are looking to maintain it at a policy level that allows for appropriate oversight for council. Some of the language, can be improved as we think about those governance principles on a previous slide where we talked about the focus on outcomes and collaboration and public interest mandates. So I won't go through all of those. But at the last meeting, we also talked about how even the sections of the policy manual can be renamed, even restructured. Some policies may move around a little bit depending on where they best fit. And we'll speak a little bit to this slide a bit later. So putting this all together, let's review the financial management policy in the package. And keeping in mind that this policy establishes the financial oversight framework for financial stewardship. Again, at a high level, it's not to be a procedural manual, for example. All right, so here's the policy header. You'll notice there is a placeholder for the policy number. So there will be a new numbering system once we've actually transitioned over to the new policy architecture. But for right now, this is kind of that transition period where we just have a placeholder to show where the number would be located. This is a governance policy. So all governance policies are to be approved by council, and that was discussed this morning as well during Julie's presentation. When was this policy approved? So it's front and center to demonstrate to the reader, is this policy up to date? And when is it due for a mandatory review date? So here, the first section around the purpose. So the policy is intended to really replace the previous approach of embedding financial expectations within the executive limitation. So I'm thinking about EL3 and EL4. So you'll notice this policy does not just speak to prohibited actions, for example, what someone shall not do. This approach that we've taken is more about establishing clear expectations around what everyone will contribute, with that emphasis on oversight and stewardship, and trying to reduce some of the unnecessary procedural complexities. There is a section on scope. So who does this policy apply to? So council, its committees, registrar, CEO, and staff with financial management responsibilities within the college. Each policy will have definitions with terms to really help the reader kind of understand some of the terms or technical terms that might be used within a policy. And then we get into the actual substance of the policy. So getting into more the policy statements. And for financial management, we have divided it into 5 different sections. The first one being financial planning and budget. This relates to the multi-year strategy and the annual budget. There's a financial performance and audit. So we did have that agenda item earlier today. Internal financial controls, procurement, and then investments and reserve funds. There's a section on roles and responsibilities. So it outlines, council's role, registrar CEO roles, and staff. So council, you'll see, is really playing an oversight role, and ultimately having an approval role as well. Where the registrar CEO manages the financial operations of the college. So I'm thinking of the day-to-day operations, prepares the budget, maintains internal controls, but provides accurate and timely information to council. And then we have staff of the college who help support the registrar CEO with implementing the policies, operational plans, and things like that. So council authority is derived from, we have the RHPA, we have CDHO bylaws. So this policy does align with those existing tools. So we're not looking to replicate what's already published. We're not looking to contradict what's already published. We're looking to complement and really provide additional details around financial management of the college. So even though you will see, in the bylaws, it does speak to auditors or banking and investments, this policy is to complement the existing documents and legislations that are available. And then to promote transparency around the changes made to policies over time, there is a section at the bottom related to revision history of the policy. So very high level, a couple of bullets, or even one bullet, to explain what were the key changes that were made to a certain policy at one point in time. So there's actually a trail of how this policy has evolved. And like I mentioned, this is in the council package. In terms of next steps, so we've alluded to it a few times that we really are in this transition stage. So I appreciate your patience because it does get a little messy through this process. So we're trying to make it as streamlined as possible. We also want to allow for sufficient time for council to really review the policies and for us to make sure that we're not missing any pieces throughout the process. So staff with the governance committee, we are looking to prepare the remaining policies to really flesh out the entire policy architecture and format. So we have a plan. It is the briefing note, but I'll just go through it quickly in these slides. We are proposing to return in September with these core policies that set out the strategic direction and governance protocols. And we thought that this would really set the foundation for, moving away from Carver and really seeing, the strategic direction of the college. And I think that'll help kind of set the overall framework as the other elements continue to get updated. Like we'll see at the December meeting, we'll be able to expand on some of the risk management and financial stewardship. So I know, AI has been a topic of discussion, that would fall under risk management, and that's where the policy could be housed in the new policy structure. Looking at March, so this would be the last section where it gets around CEO delegation. So there are some policies related to leadership. And then, thinking about a year from now, this is just a guide to give an idea of how we've broken down the different tasks. But we're looking at that time, we could really compile all of the new policies together, have a table of contents. This is where that new numbering system can take place once we understand the full architecture. Perhaps have a preamble kind of introducing the reader to this policy manual. And we could officially retire the former policies from, the website or where we have it accessible for council and the public. So this is just a guide, but I hope that makes sense to demonstrate, how we approach to tackle the different elements of this governance modernization work. And maybe I will hand it back over to Michelle, and happy to answer any questions that you have. Maybe I'll stop sharing.
Thanks, Paula. You've been doing some good work with this. Any questions related to this policy or any of the intro related to the changeover? Christina?
Okay. Feedback. How would you like feedback, and who does the feedback go to? I'm just thinking if we're all providing feedback to different people, it could get chaotic for you on your end. So how would you guys like to receive feedback?
Like about the policy?
Well, Paula mentioned that you were looking for our feedback if we felt like anything was missing or if we had changed, and I don't want to get into what my feedback is. Some of it is very picky, but just what's the best way to send it? Do I send to you, Michelle, or do I?
Well, we're looking for approval for this today.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just say, it would be good to have a discussion within the public forum. I think what I was referring to when I was saying about feedback is when we get to June of next year, are there additional policies that we would like incorporated? Are there any let's say AI? I'll use as an example. We don't have an official policy in place now, so it would be a net new policy. So, that would be a great opportunity to add additional policies at that time that could then be added to the numbering system and such. But But right now we have the floor to kind of talk about feedback. So I don't know if you want to share anything in the public space around your feedback.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ones that I felt was missing, and it's kindly just because we had the auditors, usually these policies will make it explicitly clear that the auditor reports to council, and that council sort of like that independence is there. And that is not stated in policy. So I just was going to suggest that we add that. The other thing is it's customary for, and I looked at other regular websites to have some sort of a finance and audit committee. So the executive is not mentioned as the first reviewer of audit. And same with even the financials, like it's not sort of explicitly clear that we have like a smaller group among council who looks at this. So I didn't know if we should be considering having some sort of a audit and finance committee, or if executive is going to maintain that role, if that needs to be defined within this policy, or does that sit elsewhere?
Maybe I'll just start just in terms of committee work. So this policy truly is to apply to all of council members. So if council decides to strike a new committee and there's a new terms of reference and all of that, that would be a process. So I'm not the person to answer that, but I do want to say that financial management policy does apply to council as a whole, not individual members. So we were trying to move away from procedural steps of who does what specifically and refer to council having that oversight role and approval process.
Okay. I'm going to let other people ask. I'm just going to reread everything in that context.
Any other questions for Paula? So what you're saying, Paula, then is this is the high level policy where those other things are more process items?
Yeah, exactly. And Michelle or Glenn, I don't know if you want to speak to like anything around committee work. I don't know if that's been a discussion in the past, but it sounds as though like the executive committee does play a role, and some of that would be discussed in a terms of reference.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I don't know the bylaw or the terms of reference verbatim, but I think that the audit responsibility is articulated as a responsibility of the executive committee.
Yeah, Paula.
Maybe I'll also add to that is that the RHPA does define which committees we must have as a regulatory body, and they don't specifically indicate a finance and audit committee. So I do want to put that out there. We do have all our necessary statutory committees.
Yeah, we have the statutory, I looked at the websites for other regulators. So for example, opticians or optometrists is one that I saw. It's stated like they have non-statutory committees, and one of those is an audit and finance committee. So they and I mean, it's really about distributing workload, because that's a lot for the executive to do all their executive things and also be overseeing the audit. So we can make an argument that it spreads workload among council to have other members of council participating in that process. And I guess I was just thinking, since we're reviewing all this, maybe that's an opportunity to reconsider it. But if it's not at this time, then I can park that discussion.
I think that, I mean, it's good. It's a good question. Christina, I think that it's about like you say, workload, and it might be up to the executive committee to inform that discussion about whether or not they feel taxed with the work of overseeing the audit. So rather than it being part of the financial policy, more about the terms of reference for the different committees.
Vanessa?
I just saw Balbir, I think, wants to say.
Oh, sorry. Balbir.
Sorry, I'm not sure why my the hand is not working today. I just wanted to talk further talk about what Christine is bringing up. There are some boards that have like an internal audit committee, and then the external audit. They all come to the subcommittee of finance. Either you can think of that, or it's not kind of a the must have committees that we have, but it's a different committee where the internal audit reports and external audit reports goes to. And that's kind of more responsible about the whole finances, and then they bring this everything up to the general board and the exec committee. So if we want to add that another layer, I'm not sure.
So my question in this would be, what's the problem that we're trying to address here? Is there a problem with the current system? Is there a risk with the current system? Because
No,
adding another layer doesn't necessarily serve the process.
That's true. I'm just kind of trying to explain what Christina is trying to say in here, because I have seen and been on the boards where the other boards had those committees. It's just like offloading the work from the board and the exec committee, but I'm not sure if we actually need that in here with the budget that we have. I have seen that with the boards that have higher budgets, but I'm not sure if that's what Christina is proposing here. I just want a clarification on that this is what I have seen and this is what if she's asking. And with this amount of a budget, do we actually need that?
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think you're right. I think that certainly other organizations and maybe colleges with larger budgets than ours may have a specific committee for audit and risk monitoring. But I don't think that what we're doing is incorrect, and it's not unique. I mean, the smaller colleges will operate that way as well.
Vanessa?
Yeah, I think, I mean, this is something that has been done by the executive committee. And I just think with Harry Caton's and Deanna Williams, their recommendation of not having too many, working groups and subcommittees. I think it's currently working to have the executive committee kind of, going through the like having the meetings with the auditors and overseeing the audit process. I think, Christina, to your point about, I think it was overseeing, like the executive committee specifically overseeing the audit process. Do you think 4.2.1, it reads, council appoints, like in the new policy, council appoints an independent external auditor each year and oversees the integrity of the annual audit process. I'm wondering if that doesn't capture your point of.
Well, yeah, I think it's more of that it isn't like council sort of receives the final audit report, but we aren't the one, like we do have the opportunity to, but it's like we're not really overseeing it the same way. Like when I think of who's overseeing the audit, it's really executive who's doing it. So I guess it's the, like, do we define what the exec's role is in this versus what council's role is? And that's where I was sort of thinking, like, I'm used to the more customary model where there is a finance and audit committee. I hear the arguments of not having another committee or adding other layers. I think the only reason to do that is, like I said, it seems like executive, in the quest to not have a lot of committees, it feels like executive is given a really high workload at CDHO. So, but it just felt like that when in reading it, my gut was like, we haven't really defined within council what those roles are. And maybe it's the president of council who oversees and collaborates with council members as necessary. I don't know what the policy wording is. I'm not a policy wording expert. It just felt like that was a missing piece of section 4.2 when it comes to audit.
How does everyone else feel about that? Is that something that you're concerned about? Does it? Hello?
Sorry, I'm going to put my hand down and hear from council. Sorry about that.
Anne-Marie?
Yeah, I think it's important to hear from the executive to find out if they do feel that this is a burden to them or not, because if if the status quo is acceptable to them based on those who've had the experience, then I'm happy to go with what their recommendation is.
Executive? Amit, Jen, Vanessa, what are your thoughts? Is it a burden? Was it onerous this year?
Oh, I think the process worked as intended. I think the fact that we're organized as a council and as like a CDHO, there's not many gaps that come up. I think it's more oversight than actual like trying to find gaps. So I think the process works. It's not onerous. I think the fact that we do the audits and the success that we've had so far, it shows that it's working. Right.
Jen, anything to add?
I agree with Amit. I didn't find it a particularly onerous process, and we have everything's fairly stable from year to year, and so there wasn't a lot that we had to delve into too deeply, and I didn't feel that it was onerous.
And this is your first year on executive as well, so this was a new process for you, so you felt it was manageable.
I did.
Yeah. And Vanessa, you kind of gave your feelings towards it. So I would say, to answer your question, Anne-Marie, and it was a good one, I think executive's fine doing it. It's not a problem from our end. Paula?
Maybe I'll just add that September, we are looking at those governance policies and presenting on some of those terms of reference. So to Christina's point, we can really flesh out, executive's role in terms of the audit and oversight process there. The other thing that I'll mention is that it's also really great to hear that the system's, working relatively well, because when we look at policy, the EL3 and EL4, it doesn't get into the details, and it sounds like you were able to carry out your roles with what's in the terms of reference for the executive committee. So that feedback is good. It kind of tells us that, there are some good elements of the terms of reference. So we don't want to just throw everything out. When we do update the policies, we want to hold on to what's working well. And so maybe September, we can continue this conversation around executives committees responsibilities in terms of the audit process.
Okay, that's a good suggestion. So any other questions or thoughts on this, or are we ready to approve this? Not hearing anything. Okay, so the motion then. Sorry, I have to find it. The motion is that council approves the Is it revised, Paula?
This was EL3 and EL4 revision, so we can call it a net new policy if that's
okay. So council approved, sorry, it's just written that way. Council approved the financial management policy as presented as part of the college's updated governance policy framework. Can I have someone move that, please? Nella, thank you. Seconder, Jen, all in favor.
Sorry, Michelle, just some cameras are turned off, so you're not going to be able to see how people are voting.
Derek. Yeah, there's Derek.
I think Christina's camera, from what I can see, is turned off as well.
Christina? Oh, I see her. Or is she frozen?
Maybe she's frozen. Yeah. Well, no, but you're not frozen. I don't know why. Does her camera look on to you?
It looks on. I can see her.
Oh.
What do you see?
I see a black screen.
Oh, no, we see her picture, but it's
You
frozen.
see her face. Yeah.
I think it's frozen.
My screen just froze a little bit ago as well. And I got a notification that I had to update my computer. I'm like, no, not now.
Yeah, now.
Okay, now
So
Christina.
you have a vote on the floor?
We do. And so it was carried. Christina's gone though. Does that matter?
No, you still have quorum.
Okay. So we're good, Julie?
Yeah, I couldn't see anybody voting, so I guess it
Oh,
was
I
probably
see.
on my end then as
Okay.
well. Okay.
Yeah, I saw everyone. Derek put his camera on, so it's just it was Christina, but she's now out. Hopefully she comes back in.
My apologies for the camera off. Whenever I turn it on, I have really low bandwidth on my internet, so it's crashing my computer. I've had to come into the meeting a couple times when I turn it on, so I will turn it on for votes. I do apologize.
No problem.
That's okay. Thank you, Derek. Okay. Thanks, Paula. I think, oh no, she's still there. Thank you, Paula. So we are now moving on to 9.3, which is policy content review of GP11, council linkage with owners. So there is a briefing note on page 127 of your meeting package. So there's no revisions to the council linkage with owners policy as recommended currently, as this policy is undergoing a structural change as part of the governance modernization process. The governance and strategic direction policies, as Paula just informed us, will be presented at the September council meeting. So I will actually, sorry. Yes, that's review. So as we talked about earlier, policy review is going to be somewhat different now that we are leaving policy governance. So that's just for council's information. Any questions about that? Everyone's understanding where we're going with that? Okay. And our next item then is monitoring council performance. And again, the policy can be found starting on page 128 of your package. Since council approved the council performance evaluation policy in March, we're no longer having to monitor as part of council performance. We left this on the agenda just to remind council that this meeting is wrapping a lot of the Carver work up and a lot of the Carver work that we've done in the past. So this is basically an end of an era now. So the governance policies will be reviewed and updated / incorporated into our new policies over the next few months. The essence of GP11 will be captured in the strategic direction policy, which will be done and available, like Paula informed us just recently, for the September 2026 meeting. And moving along to item 11, which are the ends. Again, for review, the briefing note for that is on page 130 of your package. Executive is not recommending any changes. And again, policy review is going to be somewhat different now that we're leaving policy governance. So we will be doing things a little bit differently. Okay. We will now be moving in camera. Once this motion's passed, this will be the end of our live stream today. We'd like to thank everyone for joining us and wish you a great rest of your day. So the motion is that council will move into camera as per RHPA Schedule 2, Section 7.2D at 2:09 p.m. for agenda items 12.1 to 12.5. Can I have someone move that, please? Aaron, seconder, Nella, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, Julie.